The time is now 6 p.m. Our regular City Council meeting for September 3rd, 2024 is now in session. First on the agenda is Councilmember Davis, who will lead us with the opening prayers and the pledges of allegiance to the flags of the United States and the state of Texas. Please rise.
Heavenly Father, we come before you today with grateful hearts as we gather to serve our community in this council meeting. We acknowledge that all wisdom and authority come from you, and we seek your guidance and blessing in our deliberations. We ask that you help us to trust in your wisdom above our own, guiding our decisions so that they align with your will and serve the best interests of our community. We humbly ask that you grant us the wisdom we need today to see clearly and to act justly with humility and compassion. Bless our discussions, protect our unity, and give us the strength to make choices that promote the common good. May our work here reflect your love, justice, and mercy. In your holy name we pray, amen. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. All right, first on the agenda is we have a few proclamations. The first one is the National Payroll Week and City of Schertz Payroll Professionals. And Councilmember Gibson will be reading the proclamation. If I can have all the rest of the payroll, or is it just you? Oh, you're flying solo. All right.
National Payroll Week, September 2nd to 6th, 2024. Whereas the American Payroll Association represents more than 29 million residents in our state and approximately 3 million businesses. And whereas the American Payroll Association and its more than 20,000 members have launched a nationwide public awareness campaign that pays tribute to nearly 150 million people who work in the United States and the payroll professionals who support the American system by paying wages, reporting workers' earnings, and withholding federal employment taxes. And whereas payroll professionals in Schertz, Texas, play a key role in maintaining the economic health of Schertz, carrying out such diverse tasks as paying into the unemployment insurance system, providing information for child support enforcement, and carrying out tax withholding, reporting, and depositing. And whereas payroll departments collectively spend more than $2.4 trillion annually compiling with a myriad of federal and state wages and tax laws. And whereas payroll professionals play an increasingly important role ensuring the economic security of American families by helping to identify non-custodial parents and making sure they comply with their child support mandates. And whereas the week in which Labor Day falls has been proclaimed National Payroll Week, I hereby give additional support to the efforts of the people who work in and of the payroll profession by proclaiming the first full week of September National Payroll Week in Schertz, Texas.
Good evening, thank you. I am one of many who participate in the payroll processing system here in the city. I should have asked Jessica to come up. I didn't realize James Walters was going to join me as a representative of finance. We partner very closely with finance to make sure that payroll gets processed accurately every 2 weeks. And also we work very closely with a lot of the departments whom without we wouldn't get accurate information. So thank you to everybody for this tonight. Appreciate it.
The next proclamation is the National Payroll Week for the Alamo chapter of the Payroll Professionals. And Councilmember Brown will be reading the proclamation. If I can please have the representatives join me up here.
They leave already?
They left.
They're important enough to get 2 readings tonight.
Let's go ahead and read.
Okay, good evening. National Payroll Week, September 2 through 6, 2024. Whereas the Alamo chapter of Payroll Professionals was formed in August 1992 for the purpose of increasing skills of the payroll professional through education and mutual support, and to gain recognition for payroll as the profession it has become in the contemporary business and legislative environment. And whereas the Alamo chapter is growing and continues its original mission to increase knowledge and provide current information to its members. Through education and participation, members benefit themselves and their employers in the ever-changing payroll environment. And whereas the Alamo chapter supports Payroll Org, a national organization of payroll professionals dedicated to increasing the professional skills of its members. And whereas the American Payroll Association and its more than 20,000 members have launched a nationwide public awareness campaign that pays tribute to the nearly 150 million people who work in the United States and the payroll professionals who support the American system by paying wages, reporting worker earnings, and withholding federal employment taxes. And whereas payroll departments collectively spend more than $2.4 trillion annually complying with the myriad federal and state wage and tax laws. And whereas payroll professionals meet regularly with federal and state tax officials to discuss both improving compliance and government procedures and how compliance can be achieved at less cost to both the government and business. And now, therefore, be it resolved that Ralph Gutierrez, Mayor of the City of Schertz, recognize September 2 through 6, 2024 as National Payroll Week. I call upon all citizens to recognize the hard work of the Alamo Chapter Payroll Professionals.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Our next proclamation is the storm readiness designation. And Councilmember Westbrook will be reading the proclamation.
Good to see you. How you doing, sir?
Whereas being a storm-ready designation September 2024, whereas being a weather-ready nation ambassador is about preparing for the vulnerability to extreme weather events within our community, Schertz has made sure our community is storm-ready. 98% of all presidentially declared disasters are weather-related, leading to around 500 deaths per year and nearly $15 billion in damage nationwide. The Storm Ready program helps arm our community with the communication and safety skills needed to save lives and protect property before, during, and after the event. And whereas Storm Ready communities and other groups are better prepared to save lives from severe weather through advanced planning, education, and awareness. And whereas Storm Ready uses a grassroots approach to help communities develop plans to handle all types of extreme weather, the program encourages communities to take a new, proactive approach to improving local hazardous weather operations. And whereas our 24-hour warning point and emergency operations center, providing more than one way to receive and communicate severe weather warnings, forecasts, and alerts by monitoring weather conditions locally and promoting the importance of public preparedness. And whereas the City of Schertz Office of Emergency Management encourages all community members to create a hazardous weather plan, participate in severe weather spotter training, build a kit, and get involved in preparedness initiatives and activities. Now, therefore, Ralph Gutierrez, Mayor of Schertz, does hereby proclaim that the City of Schertz, Texas, has been designated by the National Weather Service as storm ready.
Good evening. I'm Paul Ura. I'm the warning coordination meteorologist from the National Weather Service office out of New Braunfels. So you guys should be very proud of the city of Schertz. Not every city and county in the state of Texas is what we deem storm ready. Storm Ready was a recognition that we started well over 20 years ago in the National Weather Service to recognize entities, communities, universities, cities, counties that go the extra mile in their weather preparedness. And it builds that relationship between the National Weather Service and the Office of Emergency Management in those cities and counties. So thank you so much for Brandon and for the cities for supporting. And we just look forward to working together between the National Weather Service and the City of Schertz during different weather episodes. We know the weather is coming. Being storm ready does not mean that you're storm proof, obviously. And just like today with that showers and thunderstorms. So congratulations again for Schertz. It's a 4-year recognition, and we'll continue the communication during those 4 years and then reapply in 4 years from now. But again, congratulations to the City of Schertz.
Let's take a photo. See, next we have another proclamation, the National Preparedness Month. Councilmember Haywood will be reading that proclamation.
So I was even prepared today. I wore my rain boots all day to keep from getting my feet wet. And living in Houston, I always had to be prepared for hurricanes. So with that said, National Preparedness Month Proclamation, September 2024. Whereas National Preparedness Month is observed every September to raise awareness about the importance of preparing for disasters and emergencies that could happen in any community at any time. Whereas the City of Schertz will continue to prioritize community preparedness. Whereas National Preparedness Month creates an important opportunity for the Schertz community to focus on preparing its residents, visitors, homes, businesses, churches, schools, and institutions for any type of emergency, including natural and man-made disasters and accidents. Whereas investing in preparedness can help reduce fatalities, prevent physical and economic damage, and aid in accelerated recovery after events in our community. And whereas the City of Schertz Office of Emergency Management encourages all community members to be informed, make a plan, build a kit, get involved in preparedness initiatives and activities. Therefore, on behalf of the Mayor, Ralph Gutierrez, we hereby proclaim September 2024 as National Preparedness Month and encourage all residents, visitors, businesses, organizations, and families to develop their own emergency plans and work together to create a more prepared and resilient community.
All right, we've talked a lot about emergency management this evening, so I'm just going to leave everyone with a few points, right? If you follow us on social media, go ahead and do that. This whole month, we're going to be posting a whole lot about emergency preparedness and how we can get ourselves more ready, more resilient, and recover faster from any type of emergency or disaster or crisis that our city may face. On top of that, if you want to dig a little bit more, right, for your personal use, for your family, for your business, go ahead and visit ready.gov. Learn how to make that plan, learn how to communicate with each other, your family, your neighbors, and put that together, put it to practice. On top of that, as always, don't forget to sign up for local emergency alerts at schertz.com/alerts. And that's all I have.
That's it. Our final proclamation is a Child Passenger Safety Week. And Councilmember Macaluso will be reading that proclamation.
Okay, Child Passenger Safety Week, National Seat Check Saturday, September 15th through the 21st. Whereas every day in America, millions of parents and caregivers travel to work, school, and other activities with their children. While many of those children are riding in correctly installed car seats for their ages and sizes, nearly half are not. There's a reason all 50 states, the District of Columbia, and all U.S. territories require the use of car seats for children traveling in motor vehicles. Car seats, booster seats, and seat belts reduce crash fatalities among children. Car seats have been shown to reduce fatal injury by 71% for infants and by 54% for toddlers in passenger cars. Ensuring that children are correctly buckled in the right seat for their ages and sizes can mean the difference between life and death. And whereas taking time to check children's car seats is a critical step towards safety. Every day in 2022, an average of 3 children, 14 and under, were killed, and an estimated 429 were injured in traffic crashes. Of the children who died while riding in passenger vehicles, more than a third were unbuckled. Give your child passengers the best protection. Double check to make sure they're correctly buckled and in the right seat. And whereas, to emphasize the importance of child passenger safety to parents and caregivers, Schertz, Texas is participating in Child Passenger Safety Week. Just like drivers check their vehicle's oil and tires, everyone who drives children need to check their car seats to make sure they're appropriate for their child's age and size. Sometimes as parents, we don't know what we don't know. Even for experienced parents, you think your children are all set. Child Safety Week is a great time to double check. And therefore, be it resolved, Ralph Gutierrez, Mayor of the City of Schertz, does hereby proclaim September 15th through the 21st, 2024 as Child Passenger Safety Week and September 21st, 2024 as National Seat Check Saturday.
Thank you, everyone. Just as a reminder, we are doing a community car seat check on September 21st. It will be at our gracious host of Comal Creek Elementary School. They have asked us to come there and give us the opportunity to check our community's car seats. So if you know anybody that needs, any child that's 5 and below that need to be checked, send them our way. And we are blessed to have 3 of us in the city that can do this. So if you can't make it to this event, just give us a call and we can get your seats checked.
Before we go into the employee introductions, our city manager, Steve Williams, has a few presentations. Steve?
Thank you, Mayor. Those of you who've seen me do this before, you know I really love giving these tenure awards out. It means that we've had somebody be with the city for 20 years or longer. So I first want to invite up Marty Trevino. Come on up. I think we should stand on the other side. 20 years means it represents some of our more seasoned employees, seasoned. So we like to have a little fun with them. I like to have a little fun before we go into the bio, but do a little thing called What Happened in April of 2004, which is when Marty started with the city. The price of a gallon of gasoline was $1.84. Miss those days. The number one song was Yeah by Usher. Was that your jam? Back then? Okay. Number one at the box office was Kill Bill Volume 2. And Barry Bonds hit his 661st home run passing up Willie Mays. But more importantly, the city of Schertz hired Marty Trevino. So Marty is he supervises and provides oversight for our SRO unit and that school resource officer unit. And he provides safety and security for the schools in Schertz. He started in, of course, in April of 2004, and he believes that his job, and I believe as well, is the foundation of community-oriented policing. Marty was born in San Antonio and attended San Antonio College Police Academy, also attended Northwestern University School of Police Command, and currently is enrolled at Tarleton State University working on his criminal justice admin undergraduate degree. His wife, Monica, is here, I believe, and he also has a son, Marty, who attends Texas A&M Corpus Christi, and he has a daughter, Madeline, Madeline, who's in the 6th grade, and his mom and dad are Francis and Ted. So, also, Marty enjoys fishing all the time, and as you can tell, he loves to work out. Nice, strapping young man. So, congratulations on your 20 years, sir, and thank you so much for your service. You want to say a few words? And Marty's going to say a couple of words.
Sure.
There he is.
Not a day goes by. I'm grateful for the opportunity the city of Schertz has given me. I've seen a lot of people, met a lot of people that have come through these doors, and just grateful to be here, and hopefully I can put in another, what is it, babe, is it 10 or 12 more for retirement? I don't know, somewhere in there that there's a magical number there. So I appreciate the recognition, and glad to be here, and thank y'all.
All right. Now, if I could have Chris Meek come on up. Chris is even older. I mean, more seasoned. I'm sorry. We are celebrating 25 years of service for Chris. So, what happened in May of 1999? Well, SpongeBob SquarePants debuted on Nickelodeon. There's that. The #1 song was Livin' La Vida Loca by Ricky Martin, and I could see you dancing to that one. A cost a gallon was $1.17, and the best-selling vehicle in America was a Ford F-Series. So, but most importantly, Chris Meek was hired by the city of Schertz. Congratulations, sir. So a little bit about Chris. He is a captain with our fire department, and he actually started as a volunteer firefighter and then became full-time paid and went to grade school at Weiderstein Elementary, moved to Prattville, Alabama for several years because his father was in the Air Force, and moved back home to Cibolo and for his high school years and graduated from Clemens High School. There's Maggie out there. So he started college to be an architect, but didn't quite work out and decided to change career paths. Worked as an electrician to pay for fire school, attended San Antonio College for Fire School, and joined the Schertz Fire Department as a volunteer, and then eventually a paid firefighter. Joined STRAC Rescue Team in 2000, and which means he was joining the Task Force 1 Water Rescue Team as well in 2006. Moved into the training and emergency management with the city for 6 years, and then has obtained his associates in fire science leadership in 2017. Chris also obtained his master firefighter, master fire investigator, master fire investigator, and inspector in 2017. 3 different things. And he was recently promoted to captain for the up-and-coming truck company after being a lieutenant for 17 years. Is that the new truck out there?
No, the new trucks.
New truck company, yeah, okay, yeah, all right. And he has a blended family with 5 children, a daughter that's a senior at Texas State, and a son who is a senior at Clemens High School, and 3 stepsons, one that's a journeyman with GVEC, and also a senior at Texas State, and another that is a senior at Clemens High School. And some fun facts about Chris is his family helped start the Schertz Volunteer Fire Department and the Cibolo Volunteer Fire Departments, his great-grandparents, uncles, aunts, and grandparents, and cousins. He loves to hunt, shoot, and do anything around the water. So thank you so much for your service of 25 years. We look forward to many more, and congratulations.
25 years of dedication, and I want to thank my family and my children for all the backing and sacrifices that they made, and thanks to the city of Schertz for all the opportunities I've had. That's it.
All right.
I just want to say congratulations on your years of service, and thank you so much for serving our city and our community. Thank you, gentlemen. Next, we have employee recognitions. We'll start off with our city secretary's office.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. It is my esteemed pleasure to introduce you all to Michelle Powell, who is our new Records Management Coordinator. She comes to us with over 30 years of experience in the field. She holds a Bachelor of Science degree from Louisiana Tech University in Health Information Management and a Master of Science from Trinity University in Healthcare Administration. She was an Army brat and a third-generation veteran. She served the Air Force for 8 years as a Medical Service Corps officer with an emphasis on managing health records, following with her career with the Veterans Administration. She looks forward to sharing her knowledge, expertise, and years of experience in her new role as the Records Management Coordinator for Schertz. She's a Judson Rocket, having graduated from Judson High School in 1983. She currently resides in the city of Converse with her son and 4 dogs. Her favorite pastimes are watching sports, reading, gardening, and spending time with her family. And I had the pleasure of spending the 3 days last week at a conference in Waco with her and got to know her, and I think she's a very valuable asset to the city of Schertz. Michelle.
Michelle, Mike's yours.
Thank you. Thank you all. I'm looking forward to using all these years of experience and education that I've been so blessed to receive and sharing it back in my community. So I know records management is not a job that's glamorous, and lots of people don't have a good feeling about it, but I'm here to hopefully change that and make it something that we all can do and enjoy and work together and improve and build our program. So thank you.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Next, we have Economic Development Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Amy Madison, our new Deputy Director of our EDC. Amy wins an award for being with the city of Live Oak 18 years ago. And she actually, or I'm sorry, the city of Schertz 18 years ago. And she returned to the city of Schertz to work for us at the EDC. So we're very, very happy to have her. Amy has an undergrad from Phillips University in Oklahoma. They were the Skunks, PU, get it? PU, Skunks?
PU.
And she also wanted to go to Oklahoma State really bad, but she just couldn't. So she went to Oklahoma University for a master's degree. But Amy's doing a great job. She has a resume that's as long as your arm, and we're very happy to have her here.
I'm not sure what to say next.
Well, this is your chance to get back at him.
Do I say thank you for that? No, I really am excited to be here. This is a bit of deja vu. You know, they say you can't go home again, and I just did. I'm thrilled. Can't wait to get started and work under the leadership, I think, of this man. But thank you so much for providing me that opportunity. Exciting things are coming down the pike, I'm sure.
Welcome to our team. Next, we have engineering.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I am very pleased to introduce someone who's at the beginning of her career after hearing about some really seasoned folks. This is Serena Contreras. She is our newest associate engineer. She's fairly local, has lived in Converse her whole life, went to Judson, where she played soccer and violin and took many trips to Disney over the years. She has a double major degree from St. Mary's in engineering sciences and math, and she did a stint of 6 months at a Disney college program and wants to be an Imagineer someday. We said, well, we'll try to imagine some things here in Schertz. She has a master's from LSU in civil engineering with a concentration in transportation. She plays adult league soccer and coaches a U5 and U18 team. She enjoys crafts, painting, and spending time with her Yorkies, Lady and Oreo. So, everyone, welcome Serena.
So I am a woman of very few words, but I will say thank you for this opportunity, and I'm excited to be a part of this team.
Welcome to our team. Next, we have the planning department.
Good evening. I have the pleasure of introducing William Willingham, who is our new planner in Planning and Community Development. William is a two-time graduate of Texas A&M. He first obtained his bachelor's in urban planning and then a master's in public administration. He was raised in San Antonio and graduated from MacArthur High School. In 2022, you may recognize William. He interned with the Planning and Community Development Department, and he just loved being here so much and missed us so much, he decided to come back and be a planner with us. So we're very excited to have William back on board with us.
Mike's all yours, William.
Howdy, Council. Yeah. Whoop, I didn't hear any whoops in the audience, but that's okay. But thank you so much, Council, for having me back. Thank you so much, staff, for hiring me and bringing me back on. It was my pleasure to work here 2 years ago, and I'm happy to be back again and start a career here, so I'm excited to be here. Thank you so much.
Welcome to our team.
Thank you.
Next, we have the police department.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Mr. Williams, and staff. I'm Lieutenant LaCour, and I have the pleasure of introducing our newest employees at the police department. To my left here is Patrick Bugleman. He started as a police cadet with us on July 29th after retiring from the United States Air Force as a security forces member. He was born in Mount Carmel. He graduated from Edwards County High School in 2003. He comes from a law enforcement family. His fathers and both his uncles were canine officers. He was a canine officer as well in the military. While still active duty, he became a certified sheriff's deputy in Florida in 2013. Holds an associate degree in criminal justice. He's finishing up his bachelor's degree in organizational management and leadership from the University of Arizona. He has an amazing daughter named Lily who attends Rose Garden. He enjoys the outdoors, hunting and fishing. He's an avid golfer. He wouldn't tell me his, what do you call that? Handicap. His handicap. He wouldn't tell me his handicap, but he said he is an avid golfer. Patrick Bugleman.
Thank you, City Council, for this opportunity. Chief Lowry, appreciate it. Looking forward to serving the citizens here in Schertz with such a fine professional agency, and my handicap is 8.
Did you hear that, Steve? 8?
I have the pleasure of introducing to you Benjamin Nicomo. He is one of our newest telecommunicators. He started with us August 12th. He was born and raised in San Antonio, attending multiple schools through elementary and middle school. Graduated high school at James Madison. He was a drum major his senior year of high school. He attended Texas State University in San Marcos, graduating this year with a BA in criminal justice. He lives locally and he has a brother and a sister. His hobbies include music. He said he likes all kind of music. He likes to work out, cooks, and he makes gaming walkthrough videos for his YouTube channel. I didn't know what that was. So basically, he told me it was you're playing games on your YouTube and telling people what you're doing while you're playing a game. Am I right? Benny Como.
Mayor and City Council, I just want to say I'm very appreciative of the City of Schertz bringing me on after graduating from Texas State. I'm very appreciative of that. I'm excited to be a part of the team and start off my career in the City of Schertz.
Well, welcome to our team.
Thank you.
Next, I have the pleasure of introducing to you Kelsey KJ Ragland. She is a record specialist here at Schertz. She started in July of 24. She says she's in charge of prepping the detectives' cases for prosecutors in Bexar, Comal, and Guadalupe counties. She previously worked in Hays County on a Tyler RMS system that you all well know we are transitioning to. So she brings a lot of experience there for us. She was born in San Antonio and a product of the Northeast Independent School District and graduate of Madison High School. She won the 3rd grade spelling bee, and she's a stickler for spelling and grammar. She lives with a partner and 2 cats. She has a nephew, and she's got a niece soon to be born. Her mother works for Northeast ISD, and her father works for SCU ISD. She owns over 400 physical movies and over 100 physical books in her collection. She writes young adult fantasy stories with the hope of being published one day. And fun fact, she says, I broke my ankle playing with Quidditch at Texas State University. Yes, the game Harry Potter played, but she did not fly. KJ.
Hi there. Just want to say thank you so much for the opportunity to work for the City of Schertz. Like you said, I was born in San Antonio, so I've always been right down the road, and it's a pleasure to join the team.
Pleasure's ours. Welcome to our team. Next is police cadets, or is that's it? Okay. Next, then, we have Public Works.
Council, Mayor, I have the pleasure of Street Water Wastewater Worker 1, Mr. George Guzman. He was unable to join us today. He's actually working on a water leak. So he was born in Dallas, Texas. He attended Clark High School. He's recently bought a home in the city of Cibolo, and he is now an avid fisherman, and he spends time with his 2 dogs. And I will let him know he missed out. So.
All right.
And also, too, I would like to introduce Mr. Jesse Natau. He's our new Streets Worker 1. He comes to us with a wealth of experience in asphalt, concrete, and he's very knowledgeable with street maintenance work and heavy equipment operation. And he was born in Guam. He attended Taft High School. He has 5 kids, 2 girls and 3 boys. I would attempt to say their names, but I don't want to mess them up. So he enjoys working on cars, spending time with family, playing sports with his kids. Mr. Jesse Nato.
Just want to say thank you for the opportunity and happy to be here. Thank you.
Welcome to our team. And next, we have utility billing.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm Rodolfo Rosales. I'm the Utility Billing Department Manager, and I'm very pleased to announce 2 of our utility billing specialists. First, we have Brittany Rodriguez. She grew up in San Antonio and still lives in San Antonio. She attended Churchill High School. She attended Northeast Lakeview College, and she has a real estate license. She is married, and she has an 11-year-old son who loves playing sports. So her husband and her enjoy watching their son play at sporting events. She enjoys going to church. She helps her pastor doing quilting and sewing, and she loves to bake.
Just want to say thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Well, welcome to our team.
So next I have Margaret Bebere. Margaret is from El Paso. She is currently living here in Schertz. She has a 26-year-old son one granddaughter, and with another one on her way. She went to Austin High School in El Paso. She attended Wayland Baptist University, where she obtained a degree in human services. She taught high school Spanish, grammar, and Texas history for 5 years. She loves to dance, she loves reading, and she loves listening to music.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm looking forward to finishing strong in the city of Schertz.
Welcome to our team. We'll move on. Next is city events and announcements. Announcements of upcoming city events. Mr. James.
Thank you, Mayor. So Parks has a lot going on this month. Starting September 5th and going through the 26th on Thursday mornings, 9 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. They're doing archery for seniors. Tuesday, September 10th through November 12th, exploring the ins and outs of 3D printing and design at Creative Lab. That's at the Community Center, 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. This coming Saturday, September 7th, we have Paws in the Pool at Pickerel Pool. There are 2 time slots for that, 12 p.m. and 2 p.m., and folks can register in advance online. Saturday, September 7th is Education in the Park. That's 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. at Crescent Bend Nature Park. September 11th and 12th, Empower the Next Generation of Builders and Creators with Girls with Grit. That's 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the North Center, ages 8 to 18. Thursday, September 12th through November 14th at the Community Center, 5:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Parks and Rec, in conjunction with iCode, is teaching about Scratch, digital arts, and game design. September 14th, more archery, this for adults, 9:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. at the Community Center. And then the next meeting for council is September 17th here in council chambers.
Thank you, Mr. James. Announcements and recognitions by our city manager, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one announcement. Rebecca Vera, our neighborhood services manager, who is also a registered sanitarian with the state, has met all the criteria and passed a national level exam to earn the credential of being a certified professional in food safety from the National Environmental Health Association, the NEHA. And this is a prestigious credential, and it's well respected throughout the industry. So congratulations, Rebecca.
Congratulations. Definitely. Right, announcements and recognitions by the mayor. I have none, so we'll move on. Next on the agenda is the hearing of residents. This time is set aside for any person who wishes to address the city council. Each person is limited to 3 minutes, and we ask before addressing the council, for the record, please state your name and address. Now, we have several public hearings today, so you do have some options. You may speak during the hearing of residents. You may also speak during the public hearing, or you may speak at both. The choice is yours. All right. With that, Mayor Pro Tem, please call our first speaker.
Eric Norman.
Good evening. My name is Eric Norman. I am visiting from Seguin. I am here today because I am a candidate for House District 44, so running for state representative. And I just wanted to introduce myself to the council and everyone here as well. Grew up in the Valley in South Texas. My family's from El Paso and moved to Seguin about 5 years ago. And I had a good meeting with Mayor Ralph last month. And I'm just here because I want to have some open lines of communication with you all. I think that's essential for having a good representative in Austin. And I'll leave some cards with you all on the council. And if anybody wants to meet with me, I'll be here in the back for a bit as well.
Richard Kuntz.
Good evening. My name is Richard A. Kuntz. I reside at 2960 Red Tip, Schertz, Texas. I came to speak tonight as a citizen of this city and as president of the Schertz Police Association. The SBA appreciates all the efforts and work done by the city employees in not only preparing this year's budget and tax rate proposals, but of all the city employees and of all the hard work they do. The SBA appreciates the views expressed by all members of City Council. On a personal note, as a resident, I take comfort that the City Council does not just put a rubber stamp on anything just laid in front of them by anybody, whether it be city staff or not. In the last 15 years, between the increase in tax rate and an increase in my property tax value, I've seen my property taxes double. As a 20-year resident of the city and over a 20-year employee, I have a perspective that no one else in this room can share. I get to see both sides of the picture. I am not just looking outside in. I see how the tax burden affects the family. I see how the lack of services of the city or quality of services affect the family. I see the constraints of budget and limiting of pay affecting the family. I also see the history of the city and the decisions made by City Council and how those decisions affect all. I, the SBA, must say in the most specific of terms, not raising the tax rate and limiting the ECI are mistakes that will lead the city on the same road it has gone down multiple times before. The reasons cited at the last council meeting for not raising the tax rate and limiting the amount of the ECI are the same reasons that have been cited each time before. This is what led the city to go from being the top payer in the area and a premier city, not only in the area, but in Texas, to falling to a position where we are all struggling. These same reasons are what led the city to have to pay out $600,000 in 2015 to correct the pay disparity that it had with its competitors. These same reasons that led the city again approximately to pay another $1.2 million in 2020 to correct the same problem. And again, these same reasons that the city had to pay $1.1 million last year with an additional $700,000 needed this year. The SBA asks you, I ask you as a citizen of Schertz, do not lead us back down that same road. Thank you. Appreciate your support and your time.
Dana Eldridge.
Hi guys, I'm Dana Eldridge, 2628 Gallant Fox Drive, Schertz, Texas. I chose to speak now because I'm not sure I'm going to make it to the end of the thing when a public hearing comes up for this one. I just made a long trip from Flower Mound. The apartments that are being talked about tonight up behind Evo, my main concern in that is the access to it. Coming off of the frontage road, you have a driveway going up to it. You have Rips Chrysler, it's being extended, not sure it's going all that way. And there is no opening on Old Wiederstein Road for this area. There's going to be a lot of traffic involved with that. If they are able to get down to Old Wiederstein, we had a small amount of asphalt put on that here not too long ago. It's cracking already, pretty bad. With all this rain, it'll probably be cracked some more. Somehow Old Wiederstein is going to have to get fixed, or this process is going to be a real pain for a whole lot of people. When 35 gets blocked off with all the construction going on, Old Wiederstein is a nightmare to get out on. The traffic is horrendous. My backyard facing it, I see it almost on a, not a daily basis, but 3 or 4 times a week. That needs to be put into the planning and needs to be thought about. Do we need some of those apartments? Probably would not hurt. But we've got to be ready for it. We have to have the infrastructure there with that roadway where right now we don't.
Maggie Titterington.
Good evening, Council. I'm going to have 2 hats on. Let me put the chamber hat on first. 1730 Schertz Parkway. Just a few things to let you all know about. We have a ribbon cutting for geofill construction on the 12th of September. We know they've been open for a while, but they've just finally gotten around to doing that ribbon cutting, and it'll be at 4 p.m. And also, we are looking forward to this month's luncheon. It is State of Education, and that is always the luncheon that we have an update from our superintendent of the school district, also from the president of Northeast Lakeview College, but also both schools are the ones who are preparing and serving our lunch. And then, of course, we have a check to give to both schools for DECA programs from funds that were raised at the Chamber Bowl. So it's going to be a great luncheon. So if you're able to, we would love for you all to attend. Sticking on my Schertz Historical Preservation Committee hat, I hope you enjoy the shirts. They were quite popular at our trivia night, and I actually, yeah, if you could show everybody, it says "You're cut off," and then the back is actually the history of the city of Schertz, because it was originally called Cut Off. But I saw a couple people walking around HEB in shirts wearing them, and it was just really funny. So we do have some. We'll be selling a few at our next function, and also tying in with that, October 1st through the 16th is our first scavenger hunt. So it's totally free for any resident to come. They'll pick up a map at the visitor center between the hours of 8 and 3 p.m. Monday through Friday. And what they're going to do is there are riddles on the front for locations in Schertz. They're historical locations. There's something else there now, but they're going to have to figure out the riddle, go to the location, mark it off on the back side of the map, and once they've gone to all the locations, they turn the map back in, and then we will draw for prizes. And we have 3 prizes, first, second, and third, with the grand prize being a stay at a bed and breakfast here in Schertz at one of the older houses that have been redone. So if anybody is interested for more information, give us a call over at 210-619-1952, but that will start October 1st through the 16th. And that is all. Thank you.
That's all for our public hearing.
All right, thank you. We'll move on. Consent agenda items are considered self-explanatory, and information packets are provided to council and available for public viewing. These items require no separate discussion unless requested by council. Item number 1, minutes. Item number 2, resolution number 24R92. Item number 3, resolution number 24R114. Item number 4, resolution number 24R90. Item number 5, resolution number 24R117. Council, do any of these need to be removed for separate action? Is there a motion to approve consent agenda items 1 through 5?
So move.
Do I have a second? Okay. Motion's been made by Councilmember Watson and second by Councilmember Hayward. Any other comments? Council, if you can please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 7 ayes, no objections. Motion passes. Right, we'll move on to discussion items. Item number 6, resolution number 24R113, a presentation and adoption of the City of Schertz strategic plan. Mr. Williams, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of comments before I turn it over to Ron. If you'll remember, back on February 2nd, we had a strategic planning retreat with the council and staff. We spent a whole day putting together an update to our strategic plan, did a SWOT analysis, as well as talked about a great number of things. So we've got Ron Cox from Ron Cox Consulting, who led that effort for us here, to go over his final report from that, as well as we'll talk about some other things in terms of how we'll be heading next. Since that retreat, I'll just lead in that we did have several follow-up meetings with Ron and staff, as well as among the management team, and then ultimately with the executive team, to come up with the final version of the strategic plan that we're presenting to you tonight, and we'll be showing you for adoption. Ron's got a PowerPoint that he's going to go through, but he also has a report that he's going to show you a page or two out of that I didn't put it in the packet, but it is available if you'd like to see it. It's more of a text version. So I'm going to turn it over to Ron Cox.
Thank you, Steve. It's great to be here, Mr. Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me back in February, and I'm glad. It's a pleasure to be back today. I wanted to briefly go through what we did at that meeting and what has resulted from that for you. You see, probably seen this draft PowerPoint. It's got several slides on it. I promise not to read every slide to you. We'll go through them fairly quickly. I just wanted to give you that overview. You'll recall that we had two parts to our agenda for the day. The first part was to talk about governance. That is, how do you work together and what is your leadership, communication, expectations, and then the vision that you have for the community. And then based on that, we went into that SWOT analysis that Steve described just a few minutes ago. You know, this is one of the themes that I've heard today is preparedness. And preparedness can come in the form of people, can come in the form of equipment, and it can come in the form of plans as well. So this is one of those key factors in planning for the future and understanding how you want this city to move forward. We started our process in January, and I met with each of you in a Zoom meeting. And then I met with Steve and staff in a Zoom meeting as well. And then we had our session on the 2nd. I came back on March the 7th. And since then, as you heard Steve talk about, the staff met several times after that to refine and hone the high-level portions of the strategic plan. And I'm going to show you those high-level portions and then very briefly turn to that second document that Steve mentioned and show you how the SWOT analysis fit in, the results of the SWOT analysis fit in with the high-level strategic plan that they worked on. They did an excellent job of doing that, and so that brings us to tonight's report. With the governance model, you'll remember that cartoon about building that corral. And so we continue to build that corral, and you build that in a number of different ways through the strategic plan, through the governance model, through the budgeting that you're going to be considering, through developments and improvements to your infrastructure that you'll also be talking about tonight. Those key aspects of governance are about effective leadership, meaningful communication, understanding roles and expectations both at the council level and at the staff level, and then that proactive visioning and planning that we spent the majority of our day working on. I put this slide up because it signifies sort of those basic ingredients that you put into the everyday life of city government. And it starts with the vision. And if you don't understand and can't define your vision, then everything else is difficult to follow through with. And so we start with that vision and have that mission. We have our values, our comprehensive plan, and our annual budget and our annual report. And now you have the annual strategic plan that fits into that process well. We don't ever want to be held at hostage to those things that matter least, but we want to look at what does matter most to the community. We started our discussions talking about you individually. Who are you and why did you run? And what are those attributes that you have? And I'll not, as I said, I'll not go through each of these slides, but as we recorded that from the conversations to the day, we were able to get a better feel for why you all have come together, what's important to you as a group, and then how you're going to move forward together. And then how you're going to contribute, what attributes you have, how you're going to contribute to the overall good of the governance of this council and the leadership with the staff. We talked about leadership and how will you lead, and you indicated these things as we talked through this process about how you will lead with compassion, be thoughtful, to have vision, those kinds of descriptive adjectives. And then how will you communicate? This is sometimes very important for councils, and I'm not saying that you have this difficulty, but some council members have difficulty communicating with each other. And I feel like if you don't define how you're going to communicate and what your expectations are in advance, then those things that are left unsaid are sometimes the most difficult things to overcome. And so dealing with and understanding how you want to communicate and how you will communicate with each other is an important factor in this overall process of governing this community. So these are the things that you all talked about during the course of our time together with regard to communication. Same applies to expectations. It's always good to understand what we expect of each other so that we can fulfill those expectations and not be left in a vacuum of frustration as we work through this process. And so you all talked about what you expect of each other. And just as importantly, you talked about what you expect of staff and how they need to be prepared and how they need to be working with you all in order to make those decisions as you move through the course of your lives together and your work together. And this is also very important because if the city manager and the staff find that out after you become frustrated with them not fulfilling your expectations, then it creates a dysfunction. It creates a problem that has to be overcome. So defining that in advance is important. And so I'm glad that you all created this level of expectation for the staff. Now, I didn't ask the staff, but I asked you, what do you think the staff expects of you as you go through these processes together and you put your thinking caps on and work through that discussion as well. We talked about the council manager form of government and how that fits in this whole thing and where the city manager sits as the fulcrum between the council and the staff, and that information flow goes back and forth. Sometimes that's difficult as we know department heads very well, we know each other very well, and so we have to pay attention to the way the governance structure is established per the charter and make sure that we understand that. All of that about understanding roles and fulfilling expectations. So you defined your leadership qualities, your communication standards, your expectations. You defined what you considered the expectations were of the staff for you, and then we talk about visioning. We talk about visioning and planning, and there's that same list again. And so when we talked about vision, I asked you what the key elements were of the vision for your community. That's a little bit easier than just sitting out a statement on what is our vision statement. You already have a vision statement that we'll take a look at in the next slide, but I wanted you to discuss what those elements were of your vision for the community, and this is the list that you came up with in that regard. Good roads, a place for people to gather, balanced development, solid economic base, family-centered community, a new term, higher Indish. I should have put that in quote. Provide solid services to the community, have its own identity and be a home for everyone who's here. A high quality of life with great parks, low crime events, and working with our partners, particularly the ISD. And then an expectation of a higher quality regarding that development, that it's built to last. And so that sort of rounds out what you all individually thought the vision should be for the community. And then we went back to take a look at the vision statement: community, service, opportunity. Each of these items should, and in fact do, fit within those three descriptive terms: community, service, and opportunity. And everything that you do with regard to your plans, everything that you do with regard to your budgets and your activities, your ordinances, your resolutions should be consistent with that vision element. And if they're not, then you need to question why they're not. And one of two things need to happen. You either need to shift or change your vision, one or the other. Change your vision statement. You want to be consistent as you work through that. Your mission, leading, improving, and serving a livable, sustainable, and financially sound community. That's how we go about and how the staff is expected to go about getting to that community and service area in the vision. So you also had already identified key core values back in 2018 of doing the right thing, doing the best that you can, treat others the way you want to be treated, and work cooperatively as a team. You had also in 2018 or sometime in that time frame developed your policy values, and you developed operational values, both policy and operational. And if you recall, we talked about that to some degree. We defined, or we looked at what the definitions of each of those policy values, 6 policy values and 5 operational values. We looked at those definitions and we just familiarized ourselves with that. One of the things that I think we noted was there are a lot of them. And I think, and so the staff in their work, after I came in March, they spent a lot of time taking a look at these policy values and the operational values and trying to condense them into a cohesive, smaller group of goals and objectives. And so they're bringing to you tonight the 5 major goals, and then under that you'll see some objectives here in just a second. 5 major goals of sustainable government, safe and livable community, infrastructure investment, sense of community, and thriving economy. And within each of those then, they prepared objectives to be consistent with that. And I'm not going to read all of these because there's several objectives, but you can see in this first one, the objective to protect the city's financial stability, integrity, and credibility. Sustainable government, all of these objectives to be consistent with that as you work through this. Recruit, develop, and retain qualified staff. Identify areas where improvements are needed for the use of data, technology, and innovative approaches. Ensure governmental transparency. And so you'll see as you look at these more closely, a series of objectives for each of those 6 goals that were prepared. Now, those were consolidations of the existing and consistent with the existing, but I think have done a great job of making it much more usable, much user-friendly, and much more understandable and easily grabbed hold of. That'd be a new term, I think, too. Grasped. Safe and livable community, the objectives for infrastructure investment, the objectives for sense of community, and the objectives for thriving economy. So as sir, if you'll come up, as I worked with them, we started the work of an implementation plan. And that will also be provided to you if you want to take a look at it. And what it does, it takes those goals and objectives, and then it takes the results. That'll work great. Thank you. It takes the results of the SWOT and inserts the results of the SWOT into what I call strategies and action steps within each of those goals. So as you look, the higher level, you see the goal. You have in front of you the goals and objectives. But at the more detailed level, you see the results of the SWOT analysis for each one of those 6 major goal areas. And they all fit. Everything fit that you all worked on during the course of your SWOT analysis, everything fit. So there's nothing is left out of this, including how you all individually voted on each one of those. You remember you put the dots up next to the ones that were most important to you. And so I put a red star for each one of those dots as we worked through this process. And so for goals for the sustainable government, strategies were to establish an advocacy program for legislative issues, seek out grants for various needs. Some of the actions, lobby to seek disabled veterans homestead exemption, for example, was talked about. You'll recall that was talked about during the SWOT analysis. So all of that fits together as we work through this process, and it cascades down into greater detail from the higher level of the 6 goals, the objectives, the strategies to obtain those objectives, and the actions to obtain those strategies. And so you see that for each of those 6. Because what I wanted you to see was that, number one, your work did not go unnoticed. The work of doing the SWOT was important. Those were issues that are important to you, were important to you all, including the staff, at the time that we did that in February. And so they needed to be memorialized, but they also needed to be put into the strategic areas of the plan as we try to finalize this process together. And so that completes our process. I'm not sure I can get out of this, but that's okay. So we talked about governance, and we did our SWOT analysis. The staff then has prepared the strategic plan, and then now we have put the results of the SWOT analysis into that so that you have some steps to follow in that regard. And I think Steve has some more comments to make, and I appreciate, again, the opportunity that you gave me, Steve, that you all have given me, and the patience that you gave me to work with you that day and to visit with each of you and get to know you. And I look forward to maybe getting invited back someday. That'll make my day if you can. Thank you.
I think Ron did an excellent job describing the process and how we evolved to where we are today. The strategic plan is something that it's a central planning document for us, of course, and it's something that we've developed a baseline, and we'll be able to use that baseline to, as we proceed, developing our annual operating budget, our capital improvement program, updating our master plans, things of that nature. We will look at those through the lens of how they flow, and it should flow up through the objectives and the goals, ultimately to the mission and vision. So that's the intention of updating the strategic plan. I feel like we did I'm really pleased with the end product of consolidating the 2 different sets of values and redefining them ultimately as our goals, and retaining our values as an organization, our core values, and further defining underneath those goals with the objectives, and kind of setting that baseline for us. So great job, Ron. I did want to show you that Linda Klepper and her team put together a kind of a more graphically pleasing version for our website that you'll see. No offense, Ron, to your report, it's beautiful as well, but this will be what goes on the website, and you'll see this evolve over time to include some of those action steps and core. Eric, you want to flip through it real quick? So it'll have an introduction portion, and then it'll roll through, say, our mission, vision, and values, and then our goals with the executive summary. You can see the 6 there. And then each of those will have the objectives underneath that. And you can just see how they're all represented there. So good job there. And as I said, we'll put this on the website, and you'll see it evolve over time as we incorporate those things that were identified through the SWOT analysis, as well as new things. It's kind of a living, breathing document. And we'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
All right.
We do have a resolution for approval.
All right, council, questions? I don't see anybody wanting to ask a question. Is there a motion to approve resolution number 24R113?
So moved.
Second.
A motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Gibson and second by Councilmember Watson. Any comments? Council, if you can please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 7 ayes, no objections. Motion passes. All All right, we'll move on to item number 7, ordinance number 24B-152. Consideration and approval by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, authorizing the issuance of the City of Schertz, Texas combination tax and limited pledge revenue certificates of obligation, Series 2024, providing for the payment of said certificates by the levy of an ad valorem tax upon all taxable property within the city, and further securing the said certificate by a lien on the pledge revenues of the system, and other matters, incidents, and related thereto. This is our first and final reading. Ms. Gonzalez, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And Mr. Walters is out this evening, so I will be filling in for all finance-related items to the best that I can. But what we have here tonight is the ordinance that authorizes the sale of the certificates of obligations for the projects previously proposed and properly noticed subsequent to the notice of intention that was adopted by council on July 2nd. These certificates will fund street improvements in an amount of $20 million. More specifically, the traffic flows and improvements along Lower Seguin Road, and then also the improvements to Main Street. So I have here tonight Mark McCliney with Samco to go over the results with council of the bond sales, and then also want to make note that there is a specific motion that needs to be made for this item, so that should have been provided to you. So with that, I will turn it over to Mark.
Thank you. Mayor, City Council, my name is Mark McCliney with Samco Capital Markets, Associate Jack McCliney with Samco Capital Markets. On July 2nd, you all authorized us to go forward with the Notice of Intention Resolution, and we started that process working with Steve, Brian, Sarah, and James on developing a preliminary official statement and going through the rating process. The rating process and the rating report is on your dais. I wanted to point out just a few items. Schertz remains one of the highest rated cities in Texas. You're AA+. The highest rating is AAA. Federal government carries a AAA and they can print money. You all don't have the ability to print money. You can just manage your resources. And you've done an outstanding job, and you've always done an outstanding job. The second page, with Standard & Poor's, we go through an interview process that Steve, James, Sarah, they answer questions and then do a Q&A with them for about an hour. And they just do an excellent job of explaining, sharing, showing what the city's all about, a lot of the stuff that you just went through with the strategic plan. But a few of the things I want to quickly show you on the second page of that report. In the second paragraph, what they're looking at, Standard & Poor's, you have to be comparable to ratings across the country. But they talk about the city's strong budgetary performance and demonstrated by its consistently positive operating results. It's not just you all going forward and making budget and then following the budget. It's you perform and outperform that budget year in and year out. The bullet points below that, strong economic metrics driven by the location. We have the city, but we have the metropolitan area that we get the benefit of. And San Antonio and Texas in general is doing very well. You have consistent conservative budgeting and growth in sales tax rep. So that's another source. Your strong financial management policies. Everything that you all control, you do far and beyond what most cities do. And that rating reflects down to what you end up getting, and the better rating you get, the more interest you have from investors and the lower interest rates you get. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jack and let him go through the bids. I will add one last thing. From our budget, when we started in June, we're running interest rates about 4.5%. Your net result came in at 377, but it's about $1.8 million in lower principal and interest repayment over the time of the bonds, which saves taxpayers money. So with that, I'll turn it to Jack, let him go through the actual bids.
Mayor and Council, how are y'all? Really just to echo what the report shows, we had 9 bids come in from all across the country, New York, Pennsylvania, Florida, Wisconsin. Our leading bid at 377 came in from R.W. Baird, and we'd like to recommend that that's the bid that we go with.
Council, questions?
I think we just asked for a motion, Mayor, and
Yeah.
using that
There's a
language.
specific motion that someone like to make.
I move that the City Council adopts an ordinance authorizing the City of Schertz, Texas combination tax and limited pledge revenue certificates of obligation series 2024.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilmember Gibson, second by Councilmember Hayward. Any other comments? Council, please cast your vote. We can publish the vote. We have 7 ayes, no objections. Motion passes.
Mr. Mayor, I just have to get 2 signatures from you and then 2 from the city secretary. And I can oh, right, sorry.
I was looking at the left. I said, oh.
Funds will be here late September.
All right, we'll move on to item number 8, ordinance number 24T-153, authorizing adjustments to the FY 2023-2024 budget. This is our first reading. Ms. Gonzalez, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor. Sarah Gonzalez, Assistant City Manager. So this item before you, again, it's a budget adjustment, and what we have started doing is we bundled different budget requests together in one adjustment ordinance as opposed to bringing forward one every time that there needs to be. So we are here tonight to adjust the budget to multiple departments, and just going to quickly run through these and touch on the items and information that was found in your packet. So first up is Parks, and Parks budget is going to be adjusted, combination of personnel increases, the switching to a mowing contract, and then also some health insurance selections that were made during last open enrollment, and then finally adjustment for supplies used to make repair and maintenance on the parks. The second one on here is the pools. It's going to increase for water usage. Third on here, event facilities. So this one is an employee that when the reorg happened, the personnel budget was in a different budget. So this is putting that employee in the correct budget. And then also health insurance selections as well. There is some temporary employment services that was utilized when we had some folks out as well in this one. Fourth up, the library. It's going to increase for some health insurance selections. Legal services budget will increase, let's see here, to cover additional legal services seen in the current year. Next up is the EDC and TERS. The Sedona tax increment refinancing zone came in higher than expected, so it will increase the EDC's budget. And after that is fleet, and so really fleet and facilities, both of those cover vehicles that were ordered and approved in the 22-23 budget, but did not arrive until this current year. Fleet's budget is also being adjusted to the motor vehicle supply line for vehicles that had to be repaired, and then outside collision repair as well. There's also a generator rental for public safety buildings. And then We have fire department budget, the big one on here, and that is increasing for overtime for state deployments, but important to note that it's fully reimbursed by the state and will be covered by money coming in from the state. So again, in the general fund, the adjustments are going to be offset by an additional $700,000 in new commercial building permits, an additional about $50,000 in residential permits, and again, that amount that I mentioned from the state, from the reimbursements for the fire deployments. And then finally on here, we have the Capital Recovery Sewer Fund, an adjustment that will be coming from the reserves, $1.86 million. Let's see, this is for the Women Hollering Creek Sewer Trunk Line. The construction contracts have already been approved, and this was the selected funding source. And since the last capital recovery allocation, the sewer impact fees have raised an additional $1.86 million that can be assigned to this project. Also important to note on this one that the remaining funding to close the project is estimated to be about $420,000, which will be collected and assigned to the project in this upcoming fiscal year. So with that, happy to answer any questions that I can, but again, this is just settling up on the department's budgets to get them in line with where they need to be with the expenditures that have happened. So if not, we recommend approval of this resolution, or this ordinance, I apologize.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. All right, council, floor is open for discussion. Is there a motion to approve ordinance number 24T-153? Have a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Gibson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Council, any other comments? Will you please cast your vote? We can publish the vote, please. And we have 7 ayes, no objections, motion passes.
Thank you very much.
We'll move on to item number 9, resolution number 24R93, authorizing the city manager to contract with OpenGov Inc. for an asset management software program.
Mayor, Council, good evening. So I'm not Chad Lonsberry. I'm Jack Woodward, the Director of Information Technology for the city. Chad called in sick today, so I am taking his place. We're here to talk about the asset management software program that the city really doesn't have. We have a couple of packages that we use that are not integrated that we're trying to replace with a single package, and this is kind of the process that we went to come up with a recommendation. So currently what the city has, there's WebQA, which is our work order system, Quartermaster, and Manager Plus, which is our asset management systems. And these programs are not really supported anymore. Manager Plus and Quartermaster especially, they have no support available for these programs. And so there's no cloud-hosted programs available for these packages, and they don't meet what we need. It's also the software is not very reliable because it's not supported anymore. There was a couple of attempts to do an upgrade that failed by the programs or the manager of the software themselves. So it's just, we're limping along trying to keep this going. So some of the inefficiencies that we've run into is that these programs are not integrated. They don't talk to each other, they don't share data, they don't give information back and forth, or they don't tie in with GIS, which is very important if you're looking for asset management. You want to know where a particular piece of equipment is. Our reporting is not accurate. If you run a report, sometimes you'll get 8 items. Next time you run the report, you'll get 10. The database is not in good shape. So we're trying to move away from these. The other thing that we've run across is that they don't have apps for tablets or phones, so the people in the field, when they're actually reporting issues, they don't have access to the software, which is a real strain.
Yeah, I think that this,
the inefficiencies is we get a lot of stuff like we'll get a call from 311. Hey, there's a problem on Schertz Parkway, somewhere between 78 and 35. So we spend a lot of time trying to find these, and these inefficiencies cost the city a lot of money in the long run, yeah.
So we sent out a RFP for proposals, got 13 back. We created a committee of 6 members to review the proposals. They were scored individually. The results were tabulated. We come up with 4 packages that we reviewed. So the eventual winner went to, or chosen that we liked the best, I guess, would be OpenGov. Some of the things that stood out a lot was the integration with current packages that we already have, like Encode. GIS is also tightly integrated with this program. And it has program management, work order system, asset management, and the reporting that is involved with this is very nice. It's very customizable. You get the information that you need quickly, easily. Management can find the information that they need. Let's see.
Yeah, and there's a lot of ability with it for when you're on your phone, you see a problem, like say you're in a park and there's a bench that's broken, it'll automatically be able to alert us about it and show us a map exactly where it's at. So this software is, a lot of cities are using it. It works really well. But that ability to give us that information quick can save us a lot of issues.
One of the things too that we had noticed in some of our discussions back and forth is because the programs that we're currently using are not integrated, staff was doing data entry twice to try to keep track of everything that's going on. So it's very important that we reduce staff workload. Also, the mobile applications are very important for us. Like was just mentioned, when we have a citizen that wants to report an issue, they can pull up the website on the phone, report an issue, and it'll geotag it right there at the spot, so we know exactly where we need to go to work on that problem. One of the other things that I've discovered in IT over many years is that a lot of vendors, when they're talking to you, they're putting on a demo, they're writing for the demo. So they know what you're looking for. They write the demo to match that, but it's kind of vaporware, doesn't really exist. One of the key features that we liked about OpenGov is there are cities around us that use it. We know it's a real working product. So this is a couple dashboards that we grabbed off of the web, including the one on the right there is from New Braunfels. And those are actually citizen-reported issues with a geotag location of where it's at. So you can click on that little dot, it'll bring up the issue, what it was, what it took to fix it. If it was green, it's done already. It's just an easier way for us to track what's going on. I will say that OpenGov wasn't the least expensive of these products, but it was the one that tightly integrated with what we already have, and it is a proven solution. And that's what I've got. Any questions?
All right, thank you. Council, floor is open for discussion. Councilmember Brown.
Does this or does it need to integrate with City View?
I believe it does integrate with City View, yes.
We use them for different things, right? So
That's why I asked, does it need to?
Yeah, it doesn't really need to. So CityView is the permitting software. This is really the asset management software. There probably are some crossover areas, but there's not a whole lot. I think the biggest advantage on this one is the integration with ERP Pro, the new Encode, in terms of work or in terms of PO requisition entering. But there's not a whole lot of crossover with CityView.
Councilmember Macaluso.
So just going off of the grading, what was the biggest negative about PSD citywide, considering it was the highest ranked?
It's okay. So fair enough. I think the couple biggest negatives we had concern with was the integration with Encode and the ease of use of the software program. There was a big element, I think, after we had the demos with regard to the ease of use of the software. The concern was with some of the others, it just wasn't as easy to use. When you open it up, it wasn't as intuitive. And frankly, we just have a big concern that we get a software that's not real easy to use for a lot of our folks who do really good work on what they do, but they aren't real computer software savvy, and so we don't get the benefit of it that we would think we would. So again, you know, these are the fleet mechanics, these are the parks maintenance workers, these are the public works street workers. We want to make sure that when they go in, they can open it up. The software is very easy to use, and I think that was probably the biggest selling point, was ease of use of the software in the dashboard. And again, to be clear, I will say this, I think management shared your concern, right? This item was intended to come last meeting, but we wanted to make sure that given that cost difference, to understand from staff why they ultimately, after the demo, went with one of the more expensive software programs. And I think that was the big thing that, as staff said, what we have today really doesn't work for us. We need to do something. It doesn't mean we have to do the most expensive, but I think from the management standpoint, we stand to gain a lot by having a software that we can take advantage of and get the most out of. And so I think, again, from talking to the folks on the committee and that headed it, it was the ease of use of this one that kicked it over the edge, frankly.
Council, any other questions? Is there a motion to approve resolution number 24R93?
So move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Have motion made by Councilmember Watson, second by Councilmember Hayward. Council, any other comments? Please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 7 ayes, no objections. Motion passes.
Thank you.
We'll move on to item number 10, resolution number 24R103, authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with My House of Design for graphic design services.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am Devin Christensen, the Communications Manager for the Public Affairs Department. And tonight we are here to discuss our magazine contracts for graphic design and for printing. So as you know, Schertz magazine is our #1 communication tool in the city, and we want to continue to be able to provide this service to our residents and getting information out there about city programs, services, and events. So our current contract with our graphic designer, My House of Design, expires at the end of this month. And so we went out for a formal RFP process, and we received 3 bids. So the My House of Design was the highest scoring firm and was also the lowest cost and is our current vendor. So we are recommending the approval of this resolution to be able to enter into the contract for a 3-year term, and 2 additional terms of 1 year can also be an option for renewal. So,
Thank you, Ms.
take any
Christensen.
questions.
Okay, council, questions? Councilmember Hayward.
I just like to make a motion that we accept number 10, Resolution 24R103.
Second.
Have motion made by Councilmember Hayward, second by Councilmember Watson. Any other comments? None. Council, please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 6 yeas, no objections, motion passes. Thank you. We'll move on to item number 11, resolution number 24R102, authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with Walsworth Publishing Company Incorporated for printing services. Ms. Christensen, floor is yours.
Yes. So this one, again, is for our printing agreement, and we are currently with Walsworth Publishing. And that contract also expires at the end of this month. So we went out for RFP on this one as well, and we received 2 bids. So Walsworth Publishing Company was the highest scoring firm and also the lowest cost. And so we are recommending approval for this contract as well for the magazine to continue to be able to provide this service. Also for a 3-year agreement with the option to renew for 2 additional terms of 1 year. Any
All right,
questions?
council, floor is open for discussion. Councilmember Watson,
I motion we approve Resolution 24R102.
do I have a second?
Second.
Have a motion made by Councilmember Watson, and second by Councilmember Hayward. Council, please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 7 ayes, no objection, motion passes. Thank you. Moving right along to item number 12, resolution number 24R106, authorizing an amendment to the interlocal agreement between the City of Cibolo and the City of Schertz for dispatch services. Chief, floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, Mr. Williams. This evening, we'll be talking about an amendment to our ILA for contract services with the City of Cibolo. We originally entered into an agreement in 2010. It was amended in 2015, 2017, and 2019. The original ILA, there was a fee of $160,000 that we charged to the City of Cibolo, that we were reimbursed for those dispatch services. There was written agreement in there that we could increase those fees, but however, we have never increased those fees. The last time again that we did this was in 2019. Upon reviewing this ILA, we decided to come up with a more definitive way of calculating those costs where it was fair for both parties. I also gave you all documentation on how we were going to do that, so it's codified for future and how we came up with these costs. And by looking at that, we decided to use a call for service volume, and through evaluation, we determined that there was a 0.35 factor of our calls for service that the City of Cibolo uses for our call for service. Then in addition to that, we use a weighted cost for our dispatch services and how much dispatchers we have to add to ensure that we have the capability of responding to those calls for service. And using that, currently, again, we charge $160,000. The new fee based off of a 0.3 factor and a weighted cost for dispatchers, supervisors, and our manager, the new fee is $493,028 for a year. City of Cibolo has agreed to that. They have a council meeting on September 20th is when it goes to their council. And tonight I am presenting this to you to authorize and requesting authorization for the city manager to sign this amendment to our ILA.
Thank you, Chief. All right, Council. Councilmember Gibson.
I was going to make a motion, but I want to make sure if anybody have anything else.
Let's see if any other comments, questions before a motion is made. Councilmember Watson?
No, I was going to motion.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Gibson, floor is yours.
I would like to make a motion to approve Resolution 24-R-106.
Second.
Have a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Gibson and second by Councilmember Davis. Any other comments? Council, please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 7 ayes, no objections. Motion passes. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to item number 13, resolution number 24R107, accepting a grant award from the Motor Vehicle Crime Prevention Authority for a license reader program to combat vehicle burglary and theft. Chief.
Good evening again. Thank you. So one of the things that we were trying to do when I was hired on is there's several things. One is leveraging technology, and then how can we improve a lot of our technology through grants. So I think this hits both those prongs. So license plate readers have been around for quite some time. That's not new technology, but what really is new, the ability to collect that data, query it, and use it for investigative purposes from criminal offenses to missing persons. So we have applied for a grant through the Motor Vehicle Crime Prevention Authority as the license plate reader program. It's a 2-year opportunity, but I am asking for a 1-year for permission to allow the city manager to accept this grant. The original grant that we're asking for is valued at $92,810. Our obligation to that is $15,468. So 83.33% of this grant is going to be funded through the Motor Vehicle Crime Prevention Authority. So what does the license plate reader program involve? It's through a company called Flock Cameras. We're going to install 17 strategic cameras throughout the city. 15 of those are what we would call a fixed camera. 2 of them are going to be a pan, tilt, zoom capability. What we're trying to do is capture people coming into our city that we know are known offenders or stolen vehicles. Once they leave our city, that does us no good. But if they come into our cities, we'll be able to have that information readily available. We'll have that going to our MDCs, and officers can immediately respond when those vehicles come in. And we can also track missing persons. And we just recently had that success story. We had a missing person from the Silver Alert last month. In addition to that, in the area, San Marcos, Live Oak, Universal City, Cibolo, Selma, Bernie, Guadalupe County, Hayes County, Kyle, Windcrest, just to name a few, are cities that already have the Flock camera. And the other cities that are in progress are Seguin, New Braunfels, and Converse. We're able to share that data and work together. The other thing that I am very sensitive to is the big brother, big sister idea of collecting data. The Flock camera system and the software that we are going to be acquiring only keeps data for 30 days. After 30 days, it is dumped unless we go in there and link it to a criminal episode or an investigation that we're doing. So we don't hold data for more than 30 days. The other part about the technology, it allows us to just go in and enter partial license plates, but it also allows us to go in and we can put in such a thing as we're looking for a white 4-door car, a 2-door red convertible with a partial license plate or a Florida license plate, Texas license plate, and it can go through all that data in 3 to 4 minutes and give us capabilities. Again, it's just an investigative lead. It does not give us probable cause to make an arrest. It's just like facial recognition, but it's an investigative lead. So what I'm asking for again is permission to authorize our city manager to allow us to accept this grant so that we can become a member of the Flock camera system using the license plate reader. Again, the first year it would be 16.9% is what we're putting into it, or 16.6%. There is no future obligation if we want to walk away in 60 days, 90 days. We wouldn't want to do that if we've already paid that, but in 12 months, if we don't want to continue with this, we're done. There's no further financial obligation. Our intent is to apply again for a new grant, and next year we're hoping for a 100% grant. Again, taking that opportunity to use the grants to help us leverage this technology.
Thank you, Chief. All right, council, floor is open for discussion. Councilmember Gibson.
I would like to make a motion to approve.
All right, before we accept the motion, is there any questions, any comments? All right, motion's been made by Councilmember Gibson. Do I have a second? Well, hold on. Councilmember Westbrook, you had a question.
So your grant's for 2 years. So after that, how much is the maintenance? You know, is there any maintenance upkeep after 2 years?
If we want to walk away at the end of 2 years, we can't do it. It would probably be between 21 and 27, but our intent is to continue for the grants unless the grants dry up. It's a yearly grant at this time is how you apply for it. You can only do 1 year at a time.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, any other comments, questions? Motion's been made by Mayor Pro Tem Gibson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a second made by Councilmember Watson. Any other comments? None. Council, please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 7 ayes, no objections. Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
We'll move on to item number 14, resolution number 24R108, authorizing a contract with Keystone Construction Services, LP, related to the Riata Lift Station relocation project.
Good evening, Council. As you're aware, TxDOT has every road under construction. I-35 is one of them. Their I-35 Next project is interfering with the location of one of our lift stations, the Auto Lift Station, which is located between Fairlawn Avenue and FM 1103. We've kind of been going through this process for a while now. The site for the lift station has already been secured. The easements have been secured. And now we've recently bid the project for the construction. The construction includes a duplex lift station with about 424 gallon minute pumps, a 12-foot diameter, 20-foot deep wet well, valve vault, associated electrical motor control centers, about 400 feet of 12-inch gravity main, and 360 feet of 6-inch force main. The existing lift station within the right-of-way of the newly TxDOT section of roadway, that will all be demoed and removed and out of everybody's way for any conflicts associated with the new project. Construction bids, 2 were received on August 15th. Keystone Construction was the low qualified bidder. Their bid was $2,545,375 for a 10% kind of contingency for construction management throughout the project. There's going to be a not to exceed recommendation of $2.8 million. Initial funding will be through the sewer reserves. However, it is an interstate highway project, so it's fully reimbursable through TxDOT. And that includes the design services, the easement acquisitions, everything as far as the project goes. There's no betterment associated with it. David Kniper with UEG, the design engineer, he's worked with Keystone in the past. He vetted them and gave high recommendations and provided a recommendation for award to Keystone as a low bidder at about $2.5 million.
All right, thank you. All right, council, floor is open for discussion. I don't see any, oh, you said it's fully reimbursed, so it's just a matter of
Correct.
doing the work that needs to be done.
The city will have to initially fund the project, and then as invoices come in, we'll submit those. We'll pay the contractor first, but then we'll reimburse through TxDOT after we send them invoices with our agreement with Tex that we have in place now.
All right. All right, thank you. All right, council, is there a motion to approve resolution number 24R108?
So moved.
Second.
A motion made by Councilmember Hayward, second by Councilmember Watson. Any other comments? Council, please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 7 ayes, no objections. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Moving right along, item number 15, resolution number 24R98, authorizing a subdivision improvement and reimbursement agreement with Eckerman Development. Mr. James, this one's yours.
We're moving slow. So what we have is a subdivision improvement agreement, which we do fairly often. This is with the Ackerman Development, which is south of the Cypress Point subdivision, across from Parklands, across Eckert. Essentially what they need, you may recall, is an off-site section of easement. Council approved an authorization for us to go try to acquire that. This is really the agreement with the developer for the city to pay for, reimburse the developer for that section of line across the property. And the larger community benefit is it provides a looped water line system when the Ackerman development comes in to Cypress, Parklands, et cetera. There are some provisions in here to allow Ackerman to get going on residential homes while that gets built, but we assume it'll be done fairly quick. But again, that was really as we go through that easement acquisition process. And again, we would have to come back to council before we actually pull the trigger on the easement acquisition. Otherwise, it's a fairly standard agreement.
All right, council, floor is open for discussion. Some of these are very easy. All right, is there a motion to approve resolution number 24R98?
So move.
Second.
A motion made by Councilmember Watson, second by Councilmember Hayward. Any other comments? Council, please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 7 ayes, no objections. Motion passes. All right, we'll move on to item number 16, resolution number 24R99, authorizing improvement agreement for the then Ott Hill Development for right-of-way acquisition, reimbursement, and to acquire right-of-way from Schertz, Cibolo, Universal City Independent School District. Mr. James, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. So this one is related, frankly, to the zoning case you have coming forward. There's some connection with it, though obviously they each work independent of one another. But essentially, the developer in that case approached the city about trying to get the extension of Rips Chrysler to their property to potentially provide access if the zoning is approved and if they move forward with development. You may recall that Rips Chrysler is being built essentially from Cibola Valley Drive over to the edge of the Embry property, kind of generally behind Evo, with the Embry multifamily project and the Merritt commercial project. And so that's under construction now. The assumption is that'll be complete. Again, this developer would like to be able to have the option to make that connection. The city is involved because the school district has the ability to transfer the ownership to the city more easily than they do a private developer. In this case, it's going to be a city road. It's on the city's thoroughfare plan. It's going to be needed to provide access. So the win-win on this one a little bit is a section of road that the city needs to provide larger access and circulation is getting built by a private developer. The benefit for the school district is they give that right of way, and that section of road would then be built across their property that if they came in to develop that site, they would be obligated to build it. And again, it provides additional access to the property that's up for zoning, again, from Rips Chrysler, which seems to be beneficial to everyone. Again, to be clear, how this would work is, assuming council approves this tonight, we'll let the school district know you approved it. The school district staff would then take it to their board for approval and an agreement to sell the property, the right-of-way to the city. And the school district just kind of said, hey, look, we spend taxpayer money to acquire these properties to be built. It's a public improvement. How do we justify kind of giving it away in which fair? So they would have an appraisal done to determine the value. Per our agreement with the developer, they would then pay for that price per the appraisal if they want to move forward, and then it would obligate them to build that section of road. So it's not as beneficial to the school district to just give the right-of-way right now and not have the road built, because in theory, the school district could come in and adjust the right-of-way alignment a little bit. And so, again, I want to be clear as what would happen here is if you approve this tonight, if the school board approves it, and then the developer moves forward with the project, kind of contingent on the zoning and other things working out, we execute that agreement. They would put up a surety, the purchase would occur for the right-of-way, and then the developer would be obligated to build it. So again, I want to be clear. You could approve this, school district could approve it. If something happened on the developer end, they may come back at some point and say, we're not going to move forward. But what it does is it kind of clears a path for them to know one of the options they have to get access. So it's a little bit different than we've done before, but we've done sort of these elements with other developers. We've gone and asked the school district for easements and things like that for the Saddlebrook project. We've done developer-funded acquisition of easement and right-of-way. You may recall Homestead, the sewer line force main, where we went and acquired it on that. So it's kind of a mashup of a couple different things. So with that, I'll answer any questions.
All right, council, floor is open for discussion. No discussion. All right, Councilmember Watson.
I motion we approve Resolution 24R99.
Second.
A motion made by Councilmember Watson, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gibson. Any other comments? Council, please cast your vote. Machines aren't working? Nope. There it is. All right. Okay, if we can publish the vote, please. We have 7 ayes, no objection, motion passes. Now we have a public hearing. I know you all were waiting for this portion of the city council, but at this time we're going to take a privilege and just take 10 to 15-minute recess before we get started on the public hearing. Thank you for your patience. 8:20. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that you bearing with us. It's been quite a long day, and I just want to make sure that we were ready for the public hearing here. So with that, we are going into item number 17, a public hearing. Ordinance number 24S-146. Conduct a public hearing and consider a request to rezone approximately 38.8 acres of land from single-family residential agricultural district, RA, and general business district, GB, to apartment multifamily district, R4, known as Guadalupe County Property Identification Number 68294, 68295, 68296, 68302, 68303, 68315, 68316, located 1,100 feet to the west of FM 2252 and IH 35 intersection, City of Schertz, Guadalupe County, Texas, and this is our first reading. Mr. Haas, floor is yours.
Thank you, Council, Mayor, Mr. Williams. Ordinance 24S-146, Samuel Haas, Senior Planner. Get our bearings here. The property here is outlined in green. That's approximately 38 acres. Current use is residential and also undeveloped. We have Old Wiederstein to the south here. To the north, we have I-35. And then this is Freeway Manor just to the east. And then we also have the Evo property and Bussies over here to the west. So on June 21st, 2024, a total of 21 public hearing notices were sent out. 13 responses were received in opposition and 9 were in favor. 2 signs were posted on the property and a public hearing notice was posted in the San Antonio Express as well. So the 13 opposition votes, there were in accordance with the Texas Local Government Code 211, if the signed protest must be written and signed by at least 20% of either the area of the lots or land covered by the proposed zoning change, it will trigger the 3/4 requirement. And that, as you can see here from the bottom, it is currently at 28.7%, so that has triggered the 3/4 requirement. So the existing zoning currently is general business and single-family residential agriculture. That is the exhibit on the left side. And then the proposed zoning is a apartment multifamily residential R4. That is the exhibit on the right. A little background on this. The applicant previously requested a zone change on the same property. It was previously about 18 acres. They have added 20 acres to the request. On September 13th, 2023, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval with a 7-0 vote on that request. But however, the request was denied on October 10th, 2023 by City Council. Due to the supermajority requirement, the affirmative vote was 5-2, and it did not meet that 3/4 threshold. The applicant had to wait 6 months per the Unified Development Code 2154C5, and they did that, and we are here today. So in evaluating zone changes, the staff uses the criteria of approval in 2154D. I'll just go through these one by one. And number 1, whether the proposed zone change or zoning map amendment implements the policies of the adopted comprehensive land plan, including the land use classification of the property on the future land use map. So the comprehensive land plan designates this area as a mixed use center. And that designation is intended to integrate denser residential, commercial, and often entertainment spaces nearby, typically along significant transportation corridors. The R4 request would conform to this land use destination in the comprehensive plan, as it is the denser residential that is specifically called out in the comprehensive plan, and it also abuts transportation corridors. This is a map of the land use categories on the comprehensive plan, the future land use map. The property is outlined in yellow, and as you can see, it is firmly within that mixed use center designation. Number 2, whether the proposed zoning change or zoning map amendment promotes the health, safety, and general welfare of the city and the safe, orderly, efficient, and healthful development of the city. So in order to ensure the safe, orderly, and efficient development and expansion of the city, the apartment multifamily residential districts should not be located in areas where there will increase traffic through single-family neighborhoods, and should be located adjacent to arterial streets with sufficient capacity to carry the increased traffic. This property is not adjacent to any large single-family neighborhoods. Also, the proposed zone changes adjacent to I-35 to the north and Old Wiederstein to the south, which is a secondary arterial. Number 3, whether the uses permitted by the proposed change in zoning district classification and the standards applicable to such uses will be appropriate in the immediate area of the land to be reclassified. So the area right now is currently defined by undeveloped land, rural-like residences, commercial businesses, and a large mixed-use development that's to the west that includes a multifamily component currently under construction right now. That is the Schertz Station development. The uses permitted within the proposed zone change would align with what is happening in the area. And I'll just remind the council that Article 9 is in place to ensure that any negative impacts on other residences in the area is in place to be mitigated. So, number 4, whether the proposed change is in accord with any existing or proposed plans for providing public schools, streets, water supply, sanitary sewer, or other public services and utilities to the area. The master thoroughfare plan, the property does abut the freeway I-35 and also Old Wiederstein, which is a secondary arterial. There is a future east-west connector classified as a residential collector. I'll touch on that again in a moment. And then there's also a future north-south connector classified as a secondary arterial. This is the master thoroughfare plan map here. The property is outlined in green. Old Wiederstein to the south, as you can see, is a secondary arterial. This gray line here is I-35. And then we have the future north-south connector right here running along portions of the property, and then the also planned residential collector running along portions of that property as well. And here's an aerial exhibit again. That east-west connector is this blue line here, as you can see, and this is the Rips Chrysler extension. As you can kind of see this little like S-curve down here that's currently under construction. So there's portions of that connector that are already being built that'll be moving towards that property. Number 4, continued. Water utilities, there's a 12-inch water line running along the I-35 access road. There's a 16-inch water line that runs through portions of the property as well. For sewer, there's an 8-inch line approximately 900 feet to the west in the neighboring property. There's also a 24-inch sewer line that runs along Dean Road approximately 200 feet to the south of the property. The applicant is required to connect to adequate utility facilities per Unified Development Code, Article 15, and a more detailed engineering review will occur at the time of the platting process. A public hearing notice was also mailed to SCUCISD to notify them of the proposed zone change, and Schertz, Fire, EMS, and police departments were notified of the zone change and have provided no objections. Number 5, whether there's been an environmental or economic change which warrant the requested change. Just included in here that, as you know, it's been a topic of discussion over the last few years about the rise in home prices that would support multifamily housing. Number 6, whether there's an error in the original zoning of the property. There was no error. Number 7, whether all the applicant's back taxes owed to the city have been paid. This does not impact city council's decision. And number 8, whether other criteria are met, which at the discretion of planning and zoning or city council are deemed relevant and important in the consideration of the amendment. Staff has ensured that all UDC's requirements have been met and at this time have not received any special consideration. So the zone change request does conform to the comprehensive plan. It meets the intent of the UDC and it does adhere to the criteria for approval. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of ordinance 24S 146. On July 3rd, 2024, the Planning and Zoning Commission met and recommended an approval of the request with a 6-0 vote. And I believe the applicant is here to give a presentation as well.
All right. The applicant can please come up, name and address and title.
Oh, wait. There we go.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Ashley Fairmont, Killing Griffin and Fairmont, 10101 Reunion Place. Nice to see you all. Thank you for your consideration today. As Sam mentioned, we are back with this request again, but we have made some changes that I think make it better. It's an improved request, and hopefully it will get your approval this evening. We believe in this site as a multifamily property and is a place where additional housing and denser housing can be added to the city. And so with that, I'll start with some of the changes. And Sam did a good job of summarizing the request, so some of this is repetitive, and I do apologize, but I think it's all pretty important. So we started with just 20 acres, and that 20 acres was this piece here where the star is. And that was the first request. Since then, we have added an additional 18, which is this property here, and that property has frontage on Old Wiederstein. And the purpose of adding that tract, one, is for additional housing, but two, to have an additional access point onto Old Wiederstein from the property. So just to kind of talk a little bit about this area and what's happening, I'm sure you all are very familiar, but again, the star here is the property location. There's the commercial frontage along I-35, you have Bussey's Flea Market, we have the Mobile Mini, which is moving, so that will be future commercial development. Obviously, Evo and entertainment use. Schertz Station is under construction. And with that, we anticipate quite a bit of new retail, big box, service, commercial use, as well as the Embry housing project to the rear, which is a single-family rental build-to-rent market rate project. Current zoning is the RA. And as Sam mentioned, we are requesting the R4, and staff is recommending approval, and P&Z also recommended approval. So in addition to adding the other property, this property also has changed in the comprehensive plan. So with the new update to the comprehensive plan, this area was given that mixed-use center designation. And there aren't a whole lot of areas in the city of Schertz that have that mixed-use center designation. And the idea is to concentrate housing, commercial, and retail, and really focus on walkability, on bringing people to the area. And so that's what we want to create with this housing is access to commercial, access to retail, whether you work there or you are shopping there or you're eating there, and just to create a really interesting, dynamic, mixed-use designation. And just to kind of walk through a little bit the goals of the plan, and not to read word for word, but the mixed use is to encourage mixed use development, to create vibrant, walkable neighborhoods, commercial and retail areas with access to amenities, to expand housing options at different prices for all. And so that's a big focus here is we are looking again at the multifamily with apartments and probably some townhome uses as well. The developer of this tract is also working with the Housing Authority to create some workforce housing here as well. And I think the Housing Authority will speak on that a little bit this evening. But the idea is to have a place for additional people to live in Schertz who want to live here, who already live here, but maybe need a different housing option. Maybe purchasing a home is not ideal. So this, we think, is the perfect location. And again, the mixed-use center is combining high-density housing types, serving local commercial and residential uses, and again, that live, work, and play type area. A big question and I think important portion of this development is the master thoroughfare plan. Here on this exhibit, obviously there's Rips Chrysler and the extension was mentioned. This portion is currently being constructed by Embry and Merritt. And then, as you heard in the last item on the agenda, the school district piece. And then this is the site being considered for rezoning, this property here and this property here. What we've worked with the city on additionally is this north-south collector, which would be a secondary arterial, really the extension of 2252, would come down, you can see it through the center of the property here. So that would in the future provide that direct access to Old Wiederstein, and then also provide access to both pieces of this property. So it would be a secondary access point for this piece in the middle, and then really a primary access point for this piece fronting on Old Wiederstein. Just another exhibit showing what would be built along with this development. And as you all know, the construction of roads, the building of improvements comes along with development. So that's why this acquisition would be paid for by the project and also constructed by the project for this piece here of the Rips Chrysler extension to the site, and then also the Old Wiederstein extension or 2252 extension to Old Wiederstein. I'll touch on it in a minute, but access has been a real hot topic on this case. And so that's why it was really important for us to go out and find, or not find, but try to work out 2 access points from major thoroughfares. And so that's why, with the help of Brian and the city team, we've been able to work with the school district and establish that connection of Rips Chrysler. So that's one main access point, and the other main access point would be that 2252 extension from Old Wiederstein. Just an idea of a site plan, and also just to take a step back, we are asking for the R4, we're not asking for the PDD. I know there have been other multifamily requests before you asking for PDDs, and the feedback has been, something unique, and this we think is a standard multifamily project with apartments, townhome product, and we don't need any variances. We're not asking for any variances from code. So in working with staff, it was determined that an R4 was probably a better request than the PDD. So Denot Hill, I think in a lot of testimony tonight, you will hear concerns about Denot Hill. And what is that? That is the access point from the property to I-35. So it's this road here. And let me take a step back. So it would be here. And that is how this property is accessed now. And there have been a lot of questions about how that will be used. The owners of the property, the Dinsberger tract, the one we're trying to rezone, own a 30-foot wide strip out to 35. And this road here is, Denot Hill is primarily on their piece, but it also comes over onto, we'll call it the Ott property. And they own also this strip here. So there's been a lot of questions about ownership. We are including this in our zoning request because it is owned by the Dinsbergers and part of their property. But for purposes of development, that's why, again, there have been a lot of questions, concerns about use of that road and use of that driveway. And so that's why we went and found the 2 other access points. There is a private easement agreement for use of this road. There's no intention of this development to violate that agreement in any way. So we would not be depriving anyone of their access or use of that road. And so, again, the primary access points would be the Rips Chrysler and the 2252 extension. And this, again, is just showing that road and the different tracks. Again, there was questions about ownership, so I did include this in there. We had a surveyor prepare a survey report just confirming that the property is owned by the Dinsbergers, and that's that 30-foot access strip with that easement agreement. And again, these are just the separate appraisal district parcels showing ownership by 2 different owners of that area. But again, our request tonight is for a zoning change. I don't want to get too wrapped up into the access in the road and how it's used and how it's owned. But I do think there will be concerns and questions about it, so I do want to address it. But again, that private access easement agreement is in place and will remain in place. Again, just to kind of a concept, we're not requesting the PDD, but so you can have an idea of how this site would be developed. It would be the multifamily in the center, and then a phased development with something less dense along Old Wiederstein. And we kind of get into some site plans and exhibits. And I know that, again, it's just a straight zoning, and this isn't included with the request, but just for some visuals. So with that, I'll end my presentation, but I do, again, think that with this mixed-use center, with the addition of the other property, that this is an ideal location to add more housing to the city of Schertz. And again, those different types of housing options that it's hard to find other places in the city where they fit in. And this would allow for some workforce housing. This would allow for people who choose to rent. This would allow for people who want to walk to amenities. And we hope that you will support it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before I open up the public hearing, I just want to remind council that on August 28th, Mr. Harold Dinsberger did forward an email to the rest of the council in favor of this project. And I just want to make sure that it's in the record because I'm sure Mr. Dinsberger will be looking at the council meeting. But this council did receive that email. With that, this is an open public hearing. And if there's anyone in attendance who would like to address the council in regards to this subject, please come up to the mic. And before you do, you are authorized 3 minutes. And please provide your name and address. Go ahead. Floor's open.
Yeah, I'm John Myers. I'm speaking on behalf of the Schertz Housing Authority. I'm a commissioner, and I just want to express our support for a project like this. We have a tremendous need for workforce housing. It's really sad that you've got teachers and firefighters and young newly employed workers that can't afford to live here because the rents are so high. And so we are working with Project, as you all know, on 1518, the apartments out there, and it's coming along great. I think it's going to be a real benefit for the city. And North Schertz is underserved. There's not a lot of housing out there, and that's an area that I think we need to focus on. And so, as you know, HUD's getting out of the landlord business, and so their future business model is going to be providing vouchers and it's income-based. And so it'd be an opportunity for that young single mom that works full-time, that she can afford to live in a nice area and live where she works, which is so it's really a shame that someone has to drive from Converse to Schertz to work because they can't afford to live here, and this provides that opportunity. So I think the location is I think it's a great location for it, and we support it so far. I mean, this is early stages, I know, but we've had a lot of discussions about it, and I think that just want to let y'all know the board supports it.
Is there anyone else? Mic's open.
Hi. How would you feel about having apartments 100 to 200 feet facing the front of your house? I am here to implore all of you to reject the rezoning of the rural land adjacent to our families' homes. A vote to allow apartments in our front yard will devastate the lives of our families.
Excuse me, before you go on,
Sure.
Name and address, please.
Oh, sure, I'm sorry. 18780. Or
thank
wait,
you.
let me give you the other one. 2305 Denot Hill.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry. A vote to allow apartments in our front yard will devastate the lives of our families that have occupied this area of the city for generations. The use of this land has been rural and agriculture. Rezoning to R4 does not fit. The land was previously owned by my great-uncle, and he had 3 huge dumps that are now filled and could be toxic. Let's see. I'm concerned about the loss of our privacy, decreased home value, construction, and noise. There's a lot of other land for sale in Schertz that would be better suited for apartments. Thank you.
What was the name? Thank you.
Nicole Sharp, 2233 Denot Hill. This was, as we discussed, previously denied by City Council in October because of lack of access. Now, instead of actually solving the problem, the developer's just adding more property. All of the surrounding homeowners are opposed to this rezoning, and all of the forms that were in favor were sellers of the properties. The UDC code for multifamily is different than residential to accommodate a larger influx of traffic. Should be located adjacent to arterial streets with sufficient capacity to carry the increased traffic generated. This property does not meet the ingress and egress required by the city's UDC code. The access they have to the property are unrealistic. The access to 35, the only arterial road, actual arterial road, is by a deeded, permanent, and perpetual 30-foot private road easement. Allowing this development developer, access to the private road would be allowing access to property they have no legal authority to permit, and that the use of the private road easement for a commercial apartment complex is a violation of the deed restrictions that run with the property. The deeded permanent perpetual private street maintenance easement agreement states that nothing in the agreement shall ever be construed as a dedication of any interest to the public or give any member of the public any right whatsoever. City Council's approval of the department having access to a private road will be challenged in court under applicable trespass of land and trespass of title statutes. The other access point they're attempting to squeeze into the City Council meeting through the resolution 24R99 is still just a hypothetical access point. It would still have to be approved by UCISD board and other avenues. Again, like was stated at the last council meeting regarding this property, is not an ideal location and it's still landlocked. We shouldn't make exceptions to the UDC code for possible means of access. The UDC code also states that apartment multifamily districts should not be located in areas where there would increase traffic through single family neighborhoods. This proposed development would be pushing traffic from over 600 units into our small private driveway. It also states that multifamilies are suitable buffers between single family districts and commercial uses. This is not what's being proposed. If approved, you'll be sandwiching our subdivision and these single family residents between commercial and multifamily, which is inconsistent with the UDC code and the comprehensive land use plan.
Is there anyone else?
Harold Densberger, 2229 Denot Hill. I'm representing myself and Gloria Densberger, my wife. So the city says that the proposed zone change is adjacent to I-35 North, which is Ontario Road. Great. But you're talking about through a private road easement. They don't own all that road easement. They say they own 30 feet. There's areas where they only own 24 feet. So how are they going to access that area? The Otts own the other half, and we're not willing to give them access through there. So how is it adjacent to I-35? I don't understand that. How can it meet your code when you got a 24 to 30 foot strip that goes down to 35? The property they're going to develop is not adjacent to I-35, which everybody is saying. So, and then my daughter just spoke, and she took what else I was going to say. The only other thing I wanted to say, before y'all cast your vote, understand that approving a private road easement for an apartment development is beyond the city's scope of responsibility. It's a private road easement. It's been in there since the 50s, and it will go to legal. It will go through the court system before they get access through our road. Thank you.
Howdy. I'm John Jasic at 19018 Old Wiederstein Road. I am a long-term resident and property owner here in Schertz. I've been in this area for over 55 years, born and raised here, and I've seen everything, the development that's happened in Schertz, which is frankly nothing short of incredible that's happened. First of all, I understand why the opposition doesn't want apartments next to them. There seems to be no place where apartments can go. I understand their need to keep it rural and urban. I too understand that, and I would love to keep it that way as well. Unfortunately, time has passed us by. The time to try to keep this stuff rural, where I could farm it like my father farmed it, and I can ranch it like my grandfather ranched it, that time left us 20 or 30 years ago, unfortunately. I'd love to go back to my youth where I could roam around here for miles and not see anybody but some cows and horses and some deer. That time has passed us by. We are now in the middle of a major metropolitan area, and cities build houses, cities build Starbucks, cities build Willie's Ice Houses and movie theaters. We also do high-density housing, and this area is ripe for that as well. So, the time to protest all the urban encroachment was back when Northcliffe first began, for those that remember when Northcliffe came, or when we let Belmont Park come in the old Jonas property, or we put Willow Point north of us, or we put Lantana on the old Vote Place, or we let, I can go on and on and on about all the developments that have happened. The time is now. We've passed it by. That's my opinion. I mean, we're not rural anymore. You know, we're in the middle of the city, and cities are, you know, have apartments. With respect to the road, I feel like I've been to, this is like the, you know, several times I've sit here, I seem like I'm in the movie Groundhog Day all over again. We keep talking about the road, the road, the road. They've put forth a plan today that takes the private road out of the question. The private road, as the last gentleman just said, is absolutely going to turn out to be a legal issue between them on a private easement. They own the road, the yachts own the road. They have to sort out what that easement is. But that's a red herring for us. That's an independent thing. The proposal in front of us today is to use Rips Chrysler and the I-35 connector to I-35 and Old Wiederstein. It has nothing to do with using the high-density apartments for that private road. It's a confusing issue to distract us from the point that we have at hand. They're going to have to sort it out because the buyer has rights to that road and they have rights to the road. But that's a separate topic. That road is not, as planned, to be used for the apartments. The apartments are going to go through the Rips Chrysler and the I-35 connector, and if that should get built, when it gets built, the project get approved. If they don't get it built, it won't get approved. The private road is separate. I just had to say that, even though I don't really have a dog in that hunt, other than I hear about it, you know, over and over and over again. It's a point of contention, but it shouldn't be. It's a private issue and be worked out legally, as the last gentleman said. And I guess my time is up. But thank you for listening to me, and I support the project as it is. I think it's time for us to have affordable housing for all walks of life. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is James Ott. I'm at 2217 Denot Hill. I'm one of the owners of the private road known as Denot Hill Road. If rezoning to R4 is allowed, the developer should be required to provide a means for ingress and egress that does not include Denot Hill. The private road easement deeds state the easement is permanent and perpetual, meaning it cannot be removed and does not expire. If the city allows a developer access to a private road, you're allowing access to property you have no legal authority to permit, and the use of the private road easement for a commercial apartment complex is a violation of deed restrictions that run with the property. Please think about this before allowing the rezoning to R4. If they have any intention to use Denot Hill for any means of ingress and egress. Thank you.
My name is Mark Tudyk. I live at 18940 Old Wiederstein Road. And I am here to express an opposition to this rezoning. Old Wiederstein Road is already supporting traffic access to Willow Point, the Willow Point subdivision that lies entirely in the Cibolo neighborhood across of Old Wiederstein. And any more traffic burden on Wiederstein Road would not be tolerable and it would not be acceptable. And I know that this is a point that just keeps getting brought up, but it is something that has to be addressed. I mean, you're trying to build a ship in a bottle. You can't do that. I mean, I suppose some people think it can be done, but we got to be practical with this. And I know that there are other people who may be supporting this, but they don't live there anymore. So we're the people that live there, and that's our everyday life. So that's my statement. Thank you very much.
Good evening, council members. My name is Noreen Baker. I currently live in Austin, Texas at 7806 Colburn Lane. I wanted to add my voice in support of the rezoning of this property. My brothers and I currently own part of the property that is being discussed, and we are really hopeful that our property can be turned into a well-planned, well-developed, multifamily community that benefits not only the future residents, but the city of Schertz as well. As mentioned by my brother a few minutes ago, the issue of the Dunlop Road would seem to be a non-issue, as it is our understanding, and it has been discussed tonight already, that the developer has worked really hard to get the access unrelated to Dunlop Road, and this is a process that will continue as the project moves forward and as he meets the requirements for the development of this project. As Mark just mentioned, he is correct. We don't live there anymore. But we do think that people should live there. And I think traffic is always an issue that can be worked on and planned for and fixed. So I don't think that's a reason to not develop this property into something that other people can enjoy and use and live there. If it were up to me, I would turn our land into a park and keep it that way and never change. But that's not realistic. It's probably not ever going to happen anymore. So I feel like turning our land into a new community that many people can enjoy is the next best solution. Thank you for your time.
How you doing? Adam Sharp, 2233 Denot Hill. So as I said, they don't live here, right? So we're the residents of the city of Schertz. And everybody that lives here is opposed to it. I mean, if you look at it, it said 28%, and really it's, Mr. Tudyk owns the adjacent land to that one as well. And really it's like 70-75% that's completely opposed to this, excuse me. And like they said, with development comes new roads. And yet they're doing the minimum amount of roads that they possibly can do to push this through, right? Rich-Kishner, again, is proposed. But where does that stop? Rich-Kishner will never get developed past this. If this apartment complex goes through, Rich-Kishner terminates at their property. There's nowhere for it to go. The Otts have already said that they're not going to help the future of that road. They're not going to help dedicate anything with this apartment complex. We need to realize of what it is. That property is not a typical multifamily site, right? It's far off the road. It's 2,000 feet off of 35. I mean, there's a multitude of things that don't technically fit the UDC code, right? We're close, but it's not. There's plenty of other properties in the city of Schertz that meet every requirement of the UDC code. This property does not meet those requirements. They're close, right? And they say, oh, well, in the future, we're going to do this. The Otts have already said that they're not going to do anything to sell their property, right? So all these roads terminate at that end. This property is landlocked. It's still not going to go. Yes, but how much traffic are we going to put down Rich-Kishner? How much traffic are we going to put down Cibolo Valley? The school's going to come in there. That's going to increase the total amount of cars through that. If anybody's in front of Steele High School, in front of Clemens High School, you know how much traffic that is. Each one of these schools is going to generate that much more traffic. And what are we, like, there's no development, there's no long-term plan on that, on the backside of it, other than an eminent domain, maybe to increase those roads. This property is going to increase so much traffic that it's going to landlock that area, right? And so thank you for your time. Please vote no.
Hello, City Council, Mayor. My name is Douglas Jasick. I live in Sugar Land. I wanted to speak in favor of this proposal. My parents bought the land in 1965, and they added a second piece a couple years later. They built a house there, and we moved there when I was 1.5. I spent my entire childhood there until I graduated from college. The land is too small to use as a viable agricultural enterprise. My father farmed it part-time as a second job, and as a hobby when he lived there. Therefore, I believe that this proposal will be a good use of the land and will be beneficial to the community and the people moving into the area and into the state, especially in light of today's high housing costs and interest rates. And I'd also just want to address one more time the road issue. It's not landlocked. There's a road going out that doesn't go through the other properties. And there's a connector from I-35. So saying that, it's landlocked and the traffic's going to impact them, the right-of-way is a mute issue, right? It's not going to be used. That's what it is. But they've found a solution. So, we understand that nobody, everybody wants their little piece to stay private. But, it's also our rights as landowners and the community. It meets all the needs. I guess one other thing I want to say is what you're voting on tonight is rezoning. It's not voting on it getting built. It has to meet all the other steps and processes that the city has laid out, including the roads and making sure all that happens before it goes, right? So rezoning it just allows that process to continue to go on to make meet all the other various pieces that you need for that thing to happen. And at the end, I do truly believe it will be beneficial to the community and the area. I mean, you look at the map, the satellite maps that you showed. You already have massive development all in there. So now you're going to say, we're going to stop now here at this piece. Anyway, thank you for your time. I'm obviously in favor. I think my brother and sister already mentioned everything else, so don't have much more to add. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Carolyn McDonald with Brown & McDonald here on behalf of Ms. Sandra Ott. Address is 100 Northeast Loop 410, Suite 1385 in San Antonio, Texas. And we are here to respectfully oppose the zoning case that is before you today. I know I'm limited to 3 minutes, and so I will make it brief. Usually I'm here in support of development and support of growth. Seeing master plan communities. However, I am supportive of smart development that's also legal. I know this road keeps on coming up in front of you and was a major point of contention at the last go-around at City Council. So much so that the applicant actually removed it from the zoning case last time. And I believe it's because they don't have the required signatures on the zoning application. State law, city code requires that all property owners must sign the zoning application that's submitted and goes through the process with the city. There are 3 people that did not sign that application, and that's the other family members, the brothers and the sisters that also own this roadway. So without this roadway, there is no access to 35. There is no parallel of the development to 35, which meets the city's comprehensive plan, which meets the zoning ordinance, which meets the UDC. Without this access, they don't have a major route to a major highway. They have the 2 proposed roadways that will be developed along with the development. Here's the access point onto 35. It's about a 12 to 15 foot strip of roadway that is also owned by my client. Here are the deeds and the easements that we went through. We've also hired Marathon Title. They've completed a preliminary title review. It's inconclusive at this point as they're still going through the documents, but we do believe that there are other owners that should have signed that application. Furthermore, with the rezoning request to R4 instead of a PDD, they are allowed up to 930 units, multifamily units without any restrictions, which I believe is incompatible with what is around there right now. I believe a PDD would be more appropriate. It would limit their density, limit the number of units, establish a layout, establish buffers. But this next to the single family, the rural that's here is just inappropriate. So with that, I respectfully request your denial of the application that's before you today. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to address the council?
Good evening. My name's Tina Densberger Burdette. I reside at 2652 Poplar Grove Lane in Schertz. I'm the daughter of Harold Densberger. Unfortunately, my dad passed away, or he would be standing here in front of you asking you to approve the rezoning. I would like to honor his wishes, and I would like to vote in favor of the rezoning. And as far as the road signature goes, my brother is the executor, Harold Densberger, who's not here tonight. He would have authorized that by signing the agreement. So he already signed that. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to address the council?
My name is Keith Densberger. I reside at 305 East 4th Street in Yorktown, Texas. I lived at 2303 Denot Hill for 15 years before the contract got placed on this land, which caused me to look for a home someplace else. I am the oldest son of Harold Densberger, and it was his wishes, and he initiated this contract with the buyer before he passed away, and it was his wishes and his will that we continue and pass that. And I'm here to ask you to please vote and change the zoning to the proper zoning so the apartments can be built. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Going once? Going twice? All right, public hearing is closed. Now, before I open it up to council, I do have a couple words I want to say. You know, there's always fear when there is some type of change coming, and that's we see that here at council or anytime there's a rezoning application. And the primary objective of new development is to enhance the surrounding community and our city, to make our city a more viable and livable place for all the residents. One of the city's major challenges is affordable housing, and this project addresses this concern. And the natural layout of any city is where you have businesses, then multifamily, then residential. Well, we know we can't put residential right off of I-35. So when you look at this layout and you have a strip of land that's not in question, and then you have the multifamily on this vacant piece of land, it more or less follows the consistency of the layout. And our city staff played a crucial role in decision-making to protect our city's development. They work to ensure the developer plans are aligned with our zoning regulations, environmental protection, and the community needs. And regarding this application, our city staff recommended approval. The Planning and Zoning Department also recently voted unanimously to approve this multifamily residential complex. You know, the project is aimed at providing much-needed housing options for the growing population that we have. And community feedback is also considered to ensure that new development would enhance the proposed area. And today we have 6 individuals that came in favor of this project. And then we had 4 individuals that came in here and questioned the road, the access road to I-35. And after speaking with Mr. James, this is a zoning application. This is not about the road. because even if the council approves this zoning application, the applicant must meet the requirements that the city imposes, the egress and ingress of two entrances and exits. And that is exactly what the applicant is trying to do here, is provide access. And the only reason that road is mentioned on the application, the only reason it is part of the graphics that they showed us is that they own a piece of that road. That is the only reason that piece of road is part of the application. But if they didn't own this piece of the road, it wouldn't be on the application. You know, there is some fear, but the fear was not about the multifamily. The fear was about the road. That's exactly what the majority of you came up here and said. It's the road. It wasn't about the multifamily. Only a few of you mentioned multifamily. This road is not going to be part of the complex. This road is going to avoid access where your properties are, because they're going to come off Ribs Kessler or Old Wiederstein. And that's why I say this applicant address the egress and ingress. And with that, I'll go ahead and open it for council for discussion. Council, floor is open for discussion. I don't see any discussion. Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, I voted no last time. The last time this came up before council, the only way in or out was Den Ott Hill Road, which seemed ridiculous at the time. This revision here, you know, I know we've made a lot of changes, especially with the extension of Rips Chrysler coming off of Cibolo Valley Drive, and the eventual tie-in to 2252 all the way down to Wiederstein makes a lot of sense. But I have to say I still have problems with this, and I'm kind of torn, you know, because I'm the liaison to the Housing Authority, and I definitely know the housing issues in our community. And this is the type of development that we desperately need to balance out our community. I also spent a lot of years on the Traffic Safety Commission, where we spent a lot of time talking about how do we fix something that wasn't planned out right the first time. And that's what gives me a problem with this. If what we saw coming before us tonight showed Rips Chrysler coming into the development and roads through the development that come all the way down the Wiederstein as the egress and access points, that would make sense to me. But we still keep on talking about Den Ott Hill Road. And my concern is you put in multi-family apartment complexes, and the way it was shown on the drawing here tonight, it shows Rips Chrysler coming up to that front corner, intersecting with Den Ott Hill Road, which is only 30 feet wide, and I don't think that meets the standards for any of our streets, collectors, anything, correct?
Sorry, you're correct, Councilman. We don't have a city street that's got a right-of-way of 30 feet or left. It's never been staff's understanding that Den Ott was intended to be dedicated as a city street.
And this is my concern, because I spent a lot of time, I spent 3.5 hours on 35 today in traffic. I've seen how people drive, and when if we put in this many units here, and again, we desperately need them somewhere, there's going to be some folks that eventually go down to Wiederstein and turn left or right. That, you know, if they turn right, it takes them to Cibolo Valley Drive. If they go down Rips Chrysler, it takes them to Cibolo Valley Drive. And it's not going to take long for a good number of people to sit there and say, well, if I go down and hit Cibolo Valley Drive to try to get on 35 to go somewhere, it's not going to take long for them to realize, well, if I just drive down Denot Hill Road, I make a right-hand turn and go over the overpass at 2252. And I just don't see how, I understand it's owned by the folks that want to develop this land, and I understand that the folks around there have the right, as I understand it, to use that road, and will always be able to use that road. So will a lot of people living in a lot of apartments will use the road that is not anywhere close to being designed for that volume of traffic. And I think that's just the fact. So, I mean, as long as we keep on throwing Denot Hill as a connecting point to this property, I've got a problem with it. I mean, if it's Rips Chrysler down the Wiederstein, it kind of makes sense.
So understood, Councilman, and again, we have those issues with access, both in the short term, medium term, and even long term. So one of the challenges here is, as you've heard pretty much everyone say who stood up, is that they all seem to agree there's an access easement that gives all of the property owners rights to access connection to 35. And that's not a city thing. That's something that the property owners at some point in the past or property owner agreed to and created and dedicated. And so it's not the city granting rights is the irony, despite what people say. And so while I understand the city may have concerns about the property owner availing themselves of a right that they have, it's not a city issue. Now, again, I'll say a couple things. We often struggle to, well, there are multiple points to the development process. First and fundamentally, you have to have zoning. So the question is, do you come in and get zoning? And so what staff looks at with that is, will the road network that's proposed support the proposed land use? And that's not today, that's when our infrastructure network is built out. And that's a function in part because state law prohibits us from requiring as many road improvements as we would like to require. And so again, we've heard this before, we've heard at P&Z, infrastructure lags development, and I can probably point nearly every development we've had in our community and say, at the time it developed, infrastructure access wasn't where we would like it to be. But in this case, what we've got is the property is adjacent to an arterial of Old Wiederstein. It's adjacent to an arterial that's coming down the 2252 extension. And then you've got this little bit of a connection from a collector, which is Rips Chrysler. And so from a staff perspective, that road access from our thoroughfare plan is sufficient for the property. And once you move beyond that, the next step would be platting. And so again, we've got requirements that come in with platting as to what has to happen, the adjacency of roads that come in depending on the land use, how many points of street access it has to have, et cetera. And then that next step is the site plan approval that comes in and the TIA that would come in with that and the requirements for access that you've got that. And each of those three may be different. So again, I want to be clear. The city is not saying they have to take access off Denot. We're frankly not the ones who determine whether this easement gives them rights to or not to. That is also the city saying is when they come in to develop, what they could build there and make improvements may or may not be sufficient to provide appropriate infrastructure to accommodate the anticipated traffic. That's where their TIA would come into the fact, and it would be problematic to dump more traffic on something that can't handle it, right? But I can't stand up here and say the city can deny the ability for them to take access off something that they have going forward. That's the reality of it.
No, I understand that. I understand that. Like I said, though, my concern is if the developer comes in and says, you know, we're going to extend Rips Chrysler, and we're going to connect to Weiderstein. The city's going to come back and say, well, yeah, you've got your access points and they're being built to current road standards and all that kind of good stuff. But if they also have that connection to Denot Hill Road, that's going to be an access point. The city's not going to have a concern with it until we have 200, 300 cars a day trying to go down Denot Hill Road and get on that frontage road when the road is not designed for that kind of volume of traffic, which ultimately it could possibly get from the amount of buildings we're putting back there.
And so let me again be clear. I'm not trying to be argumentative. I don't recall a conversation I've been in, and so I only say that to say it's possible there was one occurred, but I don't believe that there's been a conversation to dedicate Denot Hill as a city street. So just when we use the term road, I would say access drive is present.
Fine.
So again, the question would be then is, with a TIA, what does that access drive need to look like, be built like? How wide does it need to be to accommodate the traffic coming in and out of it? And you're right, if you look out there today, I don't know what the road surface is, 10, 12 feet wide, or the drive surface. That's not enough to accommodate two-way traffic. That would be problematic. So again, they would need to make improvements to that. So the question, if it's, can they make improvements sufficient to accommodate that? They perhaps could, right? So again, if we don't have...
They could, but there's no requirement at any of this stage right now to discuss that or have that.
That's correct.
And there's, once the zoning's approved and it's zoned for R4, which gives them the green light to work on the plat and like everything else, they can come in and do a plat that meets other city standards, but in fact still leaves Denot Hill Road the way it is, which creates a potential road hazard, street hazard, access point hazard that the city will have to address in the future.
So I would argue, Councilman, that if they came in with a site plan that created a condition that was a hazard, the city, again, would consult with the attorney, but I'm not sure we have to approve a site plan that creates a hazard that we can demonstrate creates a hazard, right? And I'm not sure what that hazard, and you know, seriously, I'm not sure what that hazard would be, right? The issue would be is accommodating two-way traffic. It can't accommodate two-way traffic in terms of its width today, and I think that would be the city argument. If you're not going to make any improvements to this, it can't accommodate two-way traffic. That, I think most folks would say that would create a hazardous condition in terms of cars running into one another.
And I agree. And I have to make the same comment I made last time. Go ahead and approve this and we'll figure it out later is not something that I subscribe to.
And Council,
Well, Mr. James, can the council make a motion to approve it with options not to use this road until litigation is settled?
So I don't believe you can. And again, Councilman, I would, let me say this, I would caution council, if you consider every case you've had before you, in every case you would have coming forward, where someone stands up and argues they don't have rights to do this, or this is this, or this is that, and we're going to base our decision upon that, right? I mean, I think that would be what staff would say is nothing will ever get approved. Staff will recommend denial on every single thing that comes up because someone will make some claim that folks can or can't do something. And so again, I can appreciate the position, and if council's position is we should not recommend approval of zoning, I'm going to take this to an extreme, unless we are 100% confident that there won't be a condition that folks don't like, we're not going to recommend approval of anything going forward. I mean, and I say that to an extreme, and I appreciate your point.
I appreciate your candor. I mean, but there's always that, for me, there's always that potential that you zone something or you plan something and, you know, somebody didn't dot an I or cross a T, or you just didn't see it. There's never 100%, I get that. But this access point is known. This is not something to me that, we'll stumble upon later. It was the contentious point the first time because it was the only way in and out. And now it's not the only way in or out, but it's still part of the main entrance, the design that we saw here tonight. So like I said, if traffic's backed up on Cibolo Valley Drive, the residents are going to drive up the Denot Hill and make a right-hand turn and come up Denot Road, while people are trying to leave the complex by going down this is more than obvious that, to me, and again, I spent, 8-9 years on traffic safety. I got 30 years in law enforcement. The writing on the wall for this one is so obvious. To me, it's painfully obvious.
And I don't disagree with you, Council. The only thing I think you and I disagree is what seems obvious to me is that they are going to improve the surface in Denot to allow for that to be that access point. It fundamentally, again, never say never, right? But that they would make this investment in the property, in the development of this property, and what seems to be the most obvious high-profile way in and out, which is the frontage off I-35, that they would allow that to stay in the condition it's in, which again, I'm not sure you can argue can even fit 2 cars past, and not improve that to widen it out to a drive width appropriate to accommodate the traffic.
Does it have the width to be widened out for two lanes of traffic?
So if you have 20 feet, you can fit 2 lanes of traffic, because it's not a city street. There's no need for parkway, right? You literally need the pavement to accommodate, and a typical lane of traffic on a road is 10 feet. So yeah, if it's that wide, it's wide enough to provide 2 lanes in and out. I mean, the bigger issue is how you flare it at 35 with the improvements you have and what happens with I-35 next. And again, that's something for a day to come. But again, 2 lanes of traffic can be accommodated and drive in 20 feet easily.
Now, Mr. James, you made an interesting point. If the applicant is going to spend millions of dollars of capital investment and risk and leave Donut Road the way it is, it just doesn't seem logical. But again, that all depends on it. Maybe the applicant can shed some light on the egress and ingress that is in question here.
Yeah, but again, and I will say this as a final note, but I'm not disagreeing with Councilman Davis. I can't stand up and promise they would do that, and people have done a lot of things that have shocked me that they've allowed to happen, so fair enough.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say the intent is not to use Denot for this project. So there's been questions about, how do we guarantee that? And that's hard. We could gate off the project. I don't know how that is something we can commit to, but that is something that we'd be willing to do and say that this apartment project will not use Denot Hill for access to 35. So we could consider doing that. One of the speakers mentioned that the Rips Chrysler would not extend beyond this project because they wouldn't dedicate the right-of-way. So if Rips Chrysler dead ends into this project, we have to make it fire accessible. It can't just be a dead end. So is it a large cul-de-sac? Is it a turnaround? That is the main entrance to the project. Denot, we don't want to use that. I mean, it is access to 35, but as was mentioned, it's not good access. The road is not in a good condition to use. There are, again, a road agreement out there, and there are certain conditions of that agreement that talk about how that road can and cannot be changed. So I think if there was any attempt to improve that road, people you heard speak today in opposition would probably raise concerns under those covenants that that road can't be changed from what it is. So the intent here is not to use that for access and to have Rips Chrysler be the main access point and then the 2252 extension be the secondary.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Councilmember Westbrook.
Well,
I would like to tell you that I think I've been consistent when talking to people, constituents, that I was comfortable with apartment complexes along 35 and I-10, sort of on the outskirts of Schertz. I think I've been consistent about that. But where I will push back is the narrative that there's a lack of affordable housing in the city of Schertz, partially because I've asked for reports, definition, metrics to define lack of affordable housing, and nobody has provided me anything. We live in Schertz, Cibolo, Universal City area. There's affordable housing in Universal City. It's all within 5, 10, 15 minutes of any part of the city of Schertz. There's affordable housing, however you want to define it. So when you start seeing where there's a lack of it, I push back on the narrative because there's no definition of it, and I haven't received any report, and there's nobody to tell me one way or the other that what defines a lack of affordable housing. No offense, sir, but I don't owe any lady, any person, any individual, single or married, a right to live in Schertz. They want to live in Schertz, acquire their knowledge, skills, and abilities to come move here. I don't know it. I don't owe anybody anything. So that's sort of where I push back on that narrative there. That's sort of my point, Mayor.
Okay. Council, any other comments? Councilmember Haywood.
I know we're just voting on the zoning change, and everything has to meet the criteria for this project to go through. If it does not meet the criteria, to my understanding, it will fail in the plating process. So we're just allowing it because of the transportation or the traffic study doesn't happen until after. So a lot of things don't happen in the beginning of the zoning phase. It happens in the plating stage, correct?
That's correct, or the site plan.
And can I have Ashley come back up for a second, please?
Sure.
When you make, I know this has nothing to do with the zoning change because
Yes.
everyone keeps bringing up the road.
Yes.
So as a developer, and you're representing the developer, if you did a cul-de-sac, which would be the dead end of that road, then that would provide people not having access to Denot Road, but it would allow for fire and safety to do what they need to do to get to the road.
Yes, that's correct.
And the developer would be, because everyone keeps saying that Denot Road is the problem. Other than that, there's not a problem.
Right, and that was part of the agreement with the school district to pay for the right-of-way and to construct the extension of the road. And then, again, as you heard, the road dead ends at the property, so it would have to be safe fire access, and also for guests, not just to drive in and out. You know, they need to be able to turn around as well.
And then the other question is, what was the purpose of doing a straight zoning as opposed to a PDD?
We actually came in and tried to do a PDD first, and that's why there's a 6-month delay, but you know it's almost been a year. And in working with staff, it was just determined that we weren't asking for any variances, and
Right.
we weren't proposing anything that was unusual, like Schertz Station or unique. And so staff's recommendation was that we go with the straight zoning. We had, you know, in that PDD, put in some additional density limitations, some buffering requirements to lock that in through that process. But
And that is why I like the PDD, because it allows for
Yeah.
the uniqueness and a different design. It's not necessarily going against the city's UDC. It is giving those extra design elements and buffers where the straight zoning doesn't do that.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Macaluso.
Hi, Brian. So what is the full requirement to include the road in the zoning request? I mean, is there not a way to do the zoning request without including the strip?
So you could certainly approve the zoning, but not approve that strip that is Denot as part of that and leave it RA. That would not solve the issue that Councilman Davis raised with it, though, with regard to access. You just wouldn't have rezoned that portion of it. So it doesn't fix Councilman Davis's issue, which is if they have rights to use Denot, the property to access, that somehow that would prohibit them from being able to do that.
But when they bring up the option of, you know, fencing off the road or gating it off to where it's not accessible, you can't make that a requirement?
I'm not sure how council can make that a requirement of the zoning, that the applicant cannot avail themselves to access that they have rights to, or even, and frankly, and to be honest, they own the underlying property, right? The strip of land that runs up to 35, you're effectively end running to deny them access to utilize that to access a roadway, I think would be problematic going forward, right? Now, again, if there's a life safety issue to demonstrate, it's problematic. That becomes a basis to deny access. But again, we've not gotten to that point, right? I think so. So yeah, I'm not aware of how you can say we just don't want you to use your property that has frontage on the frontage road to take access off the frontage road because other people have rights via an easement to use your property to access the frontage road, and we're going to let them keep doing it. And again, I don't mean to be argument, I don't mean to be difficult. I'm trying to kind of phrase it in a way to, there are always a couple sides to it, if that makes sense. So yeah, I think we understand that. I mean, I think, you know, again, the applicant has said they're not planning to. If there was a way we could think of to do it, we'd tell you it. I'm not aware of a way that council, as part of a zoning, can say you can't use the property you own to take access fundamentally. If it comes up in the plating or site plan and staff can find a basis for that, we could. I'm just hesitant to even go there because I don't think we would.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, just like Councilman Davis said, that just causes me the most question on it. Because, you know, the other north-south artery, I mean, how far in the future is that even going to be constructed? We don't know yet.
Right.
So, you know, you're putting your bets on the two roads, one that isn't complete yet, but will be, and then your Old Wiederstein, which we know Old Wiederstein is not conducive to a whole lot more traffic. I mean,
and so again, I understand that, and I'm going to, again, if council's position is staff should not recommend zoning cases where we have development coming on a road that we cannot require that entire road to be fully improved, the only caution I would have is there is very little that staff is going to recommend approval of coming forward because of that. That's the challenge that we've got. I mean, nearly every zoning case we do, there isn't adequate infrastructure. The infrastructure follows the development. I certainly understand that, and that's the challenge that we face. It's like why 1103 is not improved yet, why 1518 is not improved yet, why Lower Seguin's not improved yet, why Old Wiederstein's not improved yet. And so on the one hand, you can say, we're not going to let any zoning happen, and the city's going to foot the bill, the entire bill, for making those improvements, or development will occur, and they will make improvements to their portion of road, and the city will have to then come in and make the portions around it, so there is less for us to do when that happens. Because as this property platted, Jason told Wiederstein, it's not clear to me why they wouldn't have to improve their section of Old Wiederstein, which means the city wouldn't have to. But you're right, you're going to have a gap where it's not improved. And that'll come later, and people will complain about traffic. First to sort of say that. But the alternative is not ideal either. It means the city is funding all of that on the front end.
Does Den on Hill, does that strip of roadway, does that strip of access point, whatever, does that have its own property identifier number? I'm looking at the map here, and it looks like that is 68325, but that is not part of the zoning request that we're addressing tonight. Pardon? Okay.
Right, you can exclude that, panhandle from the rezone request and not zone it as multifamily, but that doesn't mean they couldn't take access from it. I mean, I hear where you guys are going. I'm trying to think of a way to get what you want, and I just can't think of one. So again, there are pros and cons to everything. I hope that kind of helps, not saying you're right or wrong, whichever way you want to go with it, just trying to offer some information.
No, I understand what you're saying. I just think it weakens the proposal with having this road. Except, essentially is going to end up being one of the main entrances to the property. I just don't see how it never will not be.
Again, Councilman, I'm with you. I think I said if seems to me they would mark it off it. Again, I've not heard anybody stand up and say with what they said that there's a restriction.
I understand that the idea is that it's not going to be used, but
Please, no, this is for council. You had your opportunity. You had your opportunity. This is council requesting questions to be answered.
I lost my train of thought. I understand that it's, the developer stating that their preference is to not use the road, and they don't, and their current plans are to not use the road. But just as we've discussed, it's going to come to the point where if it's accessible, I mean, you're not going to keep people off the road. They're going to use it. I mean, there's no doubt it's going to be a lot shorter run for them to make it to the 35 frontage by using that road. So that's just the part that concerns me.
And again, I hate to go too far because it hasn't come forward. I would think there would be a lot of conversations among staff and conversations with the city attorney if when the applicant came in to site plan this property, if they had a connection to DNOT, and again, go through the TIA process, make sure we again, as the code gives us the authority to set those standards in terms of some of the assumptions in the TIA, that it wouldn't be problematic if that surface were not improved to allow the apartment to access it. So again, I can't go as far to say the city can deny it, but again, I think there would be a lot of conversations among staff and then conversations with the city attorney as to whether or not we have to allow that, have to approve that site plan or allow that access if no improvements are made to DNOT. I don't want to go too far because we haven't had it, haven't seen it, don't want to get into too many hypotheticals, but if again, you've got, I don't know what the pavement is, but it's 10, 12 feet, something like that it looks like, to allow two-way traffic of that many vehicles today, that you wouldn't create a safety issue if that surface were not improved. So again, I can't go so far as to say staff could deny it, but that would be a significant concern to us that we would have conversations with the city attorney, this project, any other, about creating that condition, where literally cars can't pass.
All right, Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, and, our previous discussions and whatnot were more concerned about the emergency vehicle access, not the residents' commutes. And now with the new Rips Chrysler and 2252 extension, that more than supports emergency vehicle access and egress. And that was the big portion of the disapproval last time. And again, we're not here to design anything for them. They've made certain agreements already up front. And again, like Mr. James says, until we see a site plan, till we get into the approval process, it's not our job to say, well, I want this and I want this road over here and I want it fenced off for now and I want a 45-degree angle so they can't use it. Our job is to zone it or not zone it per the applicant's request, not to get into the road design and everything else. To me, it's very clear that their proposal includes full emergency vehicle ingress and egress routes with modern road design and build that does not include DNOT Road. To me, it sounds like that's going to be a long-term legal battle between the owners. And, you know, we're not going to be able to, nobody's going to be able to do anything on there for a while. But, and this whole project's going to take some time to get going. I think we all know that you could have something approved, you know, from a zoning standpoint, and it could be quite a long time before we ever see any approved plats and permits and whatnot flowing. So there's a lot of work to be done. So the question is now is, do we approve it for R4 or not?
Yeah, that is the question that is on hand. Is this a proper place to do an R4? The roads will be looked at during the planning process, and if that egress and egress are not provided during the site process, you'll disapprove it.
So again, I want to say this, unless they meet the minimum requirements of the code,
Yes.
would not be approved. But I also want to be very clear, we have a lot of folks in the community that are unhappy with the amount of access that's provided with new development and why roads aren't approved. Every time we get anything down in Southern Schertz, everybody comes out reasonably enough so and says, 1518 is horrible, Lower Seguin is horrible, Schaefer is horrible, Trainer Hill is horrible, and they aren't wrong in that. So I just don't want to say that somehow folks are going to be happy. We will get complaints. And again, per the CIP document, Old Wiederstein's 28 to 33, right? So you could have this built and go a long period of time without Old Wiederstein being improved.
Mayor Pro Tem Gibson.
It seems like we've really come to a consensus here. I want us to really stay on topic tonight, please. So I would like to make a motion to approve ordinance 24-S-146.
Before I get a second,
Oh,
Councilman
sorry.
Watson, did you have something to say?
I was going to go ahead and second.
Okay, we got a second. All right, Mayor Pro Tem made the motion to approve ordinance 24-S-146, second by Councilmember Watson. Council, please cast your vote. If we can go ahead and publish the vote, please. We have 6 ayes, 1 objection, motion passes. It meets the 75% approval. Right. All right, we'll move on to item number 18, ordinance number 24-S-148. Conduct a public hearing and consider a request to rezone approximately 71 acres of land from single-family residential or agricultural district and agricultural district to approximately 41 acres as single-family residential district R2 and approximately 30 acres of single-family residential district R6. Known as Bexar County, property identification number 310022, more specifically known as 12840 Lower Seguin Road, City of Schertz, Bexar County, Texas. First reading. Ms. Marquez, floor is yours.
Good evening, more like good night. Mayor, Council, Daisy Marquez, Planner, Ordinance 24-S-148, a proposed zone change from Agricultural District and Single Family Residential Agricultural District RA to Single Family Residential District R2 and Single Family Residential District R6. Here is the subject property outlined on green. It is located on Lower Seguin. Again, it is 71 acres. It is located in Bexar County. It is also known as 12840 Lower Seguin Road, and it is currently undeveloped. And here, just to show you again, it is outlined in yellow. It is located close to our newer Saddlebrook Ranch development happening along Lower Seguin. Here to the left is 1518 off of the screen. And then here to the right, where that bend in Lower Seguin Road is Cibolo Creek. So it kind of
follows that bend. So this is where the property is, and then Carmel Ranch. And then this area here to the right is Cibolo, the city of Cibolo ETJ. So that's no longer in our city limits. And on July 22nd, we sent out a total of 13 public hearing notices. And as of August 7th, we received 4 in opposition, 0 in favor, and 0 neutral. Sign was posted on the property. And on August 14th, we posted in the San Antonio Express. And we actually received 25% in opposition. And as per LGC 211.006, we will be needing a 3/4 affirmative vote for this to pass tonight, just so y'all are aware. So again, this proposed zone change is for approximately 71 acres of land from single-family residential agricultural district AD to approximately 41 acres as single-family residential district R2 and approximately 30 acres as single-family residential district R6. This is kind of different. They're proposing to split the property into 2 zoning districts. They're asking for straight zoning, again, the left as R2 and the right as R6. And again, when we go through zone changes, staff goes through UDC section 2154D, which is our criteria for approval, and I'll be going through them one by one. So 1, whether the proposed zone change or zoning map amendment implements the policies of the comp plan, including the land use classification of the property and the future land use map. So yes, the proposed single-family residential district R6 and proposed single-family residential district R2 implement the policies of the adopted comp plan. So in the comp plan, we have this designated as complete neighborhood, as seen here outlined in yellow. And complete neighborhoods are general areas characterized by a mixture of complete housing options with supporting land uses. So the proposed single-family residential district R6 and R2 will provide a mixture of housing options within the same proposed residential development, which meets this intent of the complete neighborhood land use designation. So 2, whether the proposed zoning change or zoning map amendment promotes the health, safety, or general welfare of the city and safe, early, efficient, and healthful development of the city. And we're trying to encourage development compatible with surrounding uses utilizing standards and traditional uses to alleviate negative impacts. And the proposed R6 and R2 dimensional and development standards as stated in UDC section 2157A of the Unified Development Code are compatible with what is immediately in the surrounding area. It proposes lots that are 70 by 120 and 60 by 120, so very much what's already kind of existing in the area, but it's kind of this healthy mix that's compatible and what's already seen along Lower Seguin. And 3, whether the use is permitted by the proposed change in zoning district classification and the standards applicable to such uses will be appropriate in the immediate area of the land and be reclassified. So yes, the uses permitted in R6 and R2 are appropriate in the immediate area of the land to be reclassified. The purpose and intent of R6 is to allow for residential lots, again, with the minimum lot size of 7,200 square feet, along with schools, churches, and parks necessary to create basic neighborhood units. And R2, purpose and intent is to allow for single-family detached residential with a minimum lot size of 8,400 square feet with schools, churches, and parks necessary to create basic neighborhood units. So again, it's the same thing that you already see along Lower Seguin and what's already developing in that area. 4, whether the proposed change is in accord with any existing or proposed plans for providing public schools, streets, water supply, sanitary sewers, or other public services and utilities to the area. So the City of Schertz is actually the water and sewer provider for the subject property. And Lower Seguin is identified as a secondary arterial with 90 feet of right-of-way in the master thoroughfare plan. And there is a principal arterial with 120 to 130 feet of right-of-way on the western portion of the subject property. The property is currently not platted, and any proposed access points onto Lower Seguin Road will be reviewed during the platting process by our engineering department. and a public hearing notice was mailed to SCUC ISD to notify them of the proposed zone change, and included as attachments to the City Council memo were the most recent demographic reports for SCUC ISD, as well as their most recent 10-year campus forecasting presentations. And the zone change was sent to the City of Schertz Police, Fire, and EMS departments, and they have indicated that they do not have any concerns regarding the proposed rezoning requests and their ability to provide services. 5, whether there have been any environmental and/or economical changes which warrant the requested change. So the subject property was actually part of these newly annexed properties within the City of Schertz in July of 2024, and was given the Agricultural District 80 zoning with annexation. And this applicant was waiting for their annexation to start their proposed zone change request. And significant changes are happening to Lower Seguin Road with new residential developments that are concurrent with the FM 1518 construction. I'm pretty sure you're very aware with all of that happening. And then whether there is an error in the original zoning of the property for which the change is requested. There was no error in the original zoning of the subject property. The subject property was given the Agricultural District zoning with its annexation in July of 2024. And whether all of the applicant's back taxes owed to the city have been paid in full. This does not impact the first hearing at City Council. And whether other criteria are met, which at the discretion of the Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Council are deemed relevant and important in the consideration of the amendment. And staff has ensured all UDC requirements have been met for the proposed zone change, and at this time have not received any special consideration from the Planning and Zoning Commission or the City Council. So again, due to the compatibility with the surrounding area and the implementation of the policies in the Comprehensive Land Use Plan and Future Land Use Map, staff recommends approval of Ordinance 24S-148. And the Planning and Zoning Commission met on Wednesday, August 7th, and held a public hearing for Ordinance 24S-148, and made a recommendation of approval with a 7-0 vote. Any comments or questions? And the applicant is also here if you have any questions for them.
All right, we can have the applicant.
Good evening, Council. Patrick Christensen, 315 East Commerce, San Antonio. It's always difficult to follow, excuse me, your city staff. They cover absolutely every detail, and everything I thought I was going to say they kind of already covered. But I will be quick, because I know it's very late. Here on behalf of Meritage Homes, trying to do a new single-family residential subdivision. We'd hope that you would support our case. We believe this is a good area. It's a beautiful part of the city of Schertz. Like she said, we were waiting for the annexation to be completed before we would come and submit the application. But I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, just trying to do a single-family subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. This item is on the agenda as an open public hearing. Is there anyone in attendance who would like to address the City Council in reference to this subject? Going once, going twice. All right, public hearing is closed. Council, floor is open for discussion. Councilmember Hayward.
I just want to know why this was sort of like a PDD where there would be homes intermingled with the smaller homes and then the larger homes, kind of giving it a little bit of interest, because to me, just having one set for one and then one for the other, it just doesn't have any flow. Not saying that a PDD. So is there?
Well, I'll be real quick before Brian comes up. We didn't need any variances again for a PDD, so that's why we didn't ask for that. And your code requires that it's either R6 or the R6 cannot be more than 30 acres. So that's why we kind of broke it up that way to the 8,400 square foot lots and the 7,200 square foot lots.
I guess for me, I was looking at the plan and the flow, and I know they don't need any variances, but you don't have to have variances, to my knowledge, to have to do a PDD. It just gives a little bit more design element, or not.
So maybe it's not, and I apologize. Explain to me again what you would like to have seen.
It just looks boxy, because you got R2 on one side and R6 on the other. It just looks a little boxy, and I guess the layout is weird. So you're going to have like a section of the smaller lots and then another section of the larger lots.
Right.
Because I'm used to, I guess maybe because I'm used to neighborhoods where you kind of have the mix of smaller lots and bigger lots together and the curvy roads to give it some interest.
Right, so again, keep in mind that the zoning sets the minimum lot size, and that with that design, meeting the city's design standards, generally you have some lots that are bigger than others because they around a cul-de-sac or a knuckle or something like that. And you would have that here too, because all, again, the zoning does is set the minimum lot size. And so we see that throughout developments where you get some variation in lot size because of that design. What we have not seen here are folks come in who intentionally say, I'm gonna mix up lot sizes and have significantly different by design within. It doesn't work in terms of how they lay out infrastructure or how they market it. And so you wouldn't have gotten that anyway. Again, we seem to have a fair amount of discussion tonight about the PDD versus straight zoning. So perhaps staff misunderstood the direction we recently got from council, which was, and from the majority of council, that unless they're doing something really unique and creative, don't be coming in with a bunch of PDDs, tweak the standards, run it as straight zoning, because we don't like the PDDs and all the little things they tend to throw in, some of which up the standard, but then others sort of undercut the standard, run it as straight zoning. So that's kind of what you're hearing as staff saying, unless it's really unique, you just need to run it as straight zoning, let it stand on its own.
Okay.
Councilmember Macaluso.
Yeah, I was just going to second what Brian said, that, you know, some of the few past PDDs, there was some disagreement on it because it seemed like it was put in place more to kind of go away from some of our standards instead of actually kind of exceed, you know, or have some kind of special plan that we would all be a part of. So that's why they've been pushing the straight zoning to kind of, because that's kind of what some of us were stating. But if nobody else has any comments, I'd like to make a motion.
Before I accept your motion, Councilmember Brown had a question? No? Okay. Councilmember Macaluso has made the motion to approve ordinance 24S-148, and it's second by Councilmember Watson. Council, any other comments? Well, you can please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 7 ayes, no objection, motion passes. All right, we'll move on to item number 19, ordinance number 24S-149. Conduct a public hearing and consider a request to rezone approximately 79 acres of land from Planned Development District, PDD, to Single-Family Residential District, R1, known as Bexar County, property identification number 310060, more specifically known as 8676 Trainer Hill Road, City of Schertz, Bexar County, Texas. First reading. Ms. Marcus.
Good evening once again. Ordinance 24S-149, a proposed zone change from PDD to Single-Family Residential District R1 on approximately 79 acres. Daisy Marquez, planner. Here is the subject property outlined in green. Again, approximately 79 acres, located in Bexar County, and it is currently undeveloped. And here, just to kind of show you better, it is outlined in yellow. It is along Trainer Hill Road, and here is Weir Road, and it's along that bend that meets IH-10, and 1518 is off the screen here to the left. This is, here to the south is property zoned agricultural district that is newly annexed into the city of Schertz. Here to the north is the rest of the subject property zoned PDD, part of that Sterling Grove Planned Development District, part of Ordinance 22S-28. We'll get into that a little bit more in the presentation, but this is kind of just to show you where we are. On July 22nd, we sent out a total of 6 public hearing notices, and as of August 7th, we only received 5 in favor. 1 sign was posted on the property, and on August 14th, we posted in the San Antonio Express. And this proposed zone change, again, is for approximately 79 acres of land to single-family residential district R1. And again, going through UDC section 2154D, criteria for approval. 1, whether the proposed zone change or zoning map amendment implements the policies of the adopted comprehensive land plan, including the land use classification of the property on the future land use map. Yes, the proposed single-family residential district R1 does implement the policies of the adopted comprehensive land plan and future land use map. So the subject property here outlined in yellow with the star is identified as complete neighborhood in the future land use map, and the complete neighborhood land use designation is meant to provide for a mixture of housing types with supporting land uses. And the proposed single-family residential district R1 requires 9,600 square foot lots, which would provide for a housing type that is not yet along Trainer Hill Road. And the proposed zone change provides a new housing type within the immediate area and meets the intent of the complete neighborhood land use designation and implements the policies of the adopted comprehensive land use plan. So 2, whether the proposed zone change or zoning map amendment promotes the health, safety, or general welfare of the city and safe, orderly, efficient, and helpful development of the city. And the dimensional requirements of the single-family residential district R1 as listed in table 2157A are compatible within the immediate area of the subject property. These are 80 by 120 lots, again, 9,600 square feet. This is the largest straight R1 lots that we have here within the city of Schertz. 3, whether the use is permitted by the proposed change in the zoning district classification and the standards applicable to such uses will be appropriate in the immediate area of the land to be reclassified. Yes, the uses permitted in the single-family residential district R1 are appropriate in the immediate area to be reclassified. Again, the purpose and intent of the single-family residential district R1 is for single-family detached residential dwellings on a minimum 9,600 square foot lot size, together with schools, churches, and parks necessary to create basic neighborhood units. And the proposed R1 would allow for a maximum number of approximately 357 units at the minimum dimensional requirements listed in 21578, which does not account for required streets, larger lots, irregular lots, drainage, and proposed amenities. And additionally, the lot dimensions of the proposed single-family residential District R1 act as a transitional zoning district adjacent to the agricultural district property to the east and the pre-development district property to the west. 4, whether the proposed change is in accord with any existing or proposed plans for providing public schools, streets, water supply, sanitary sewers, or other public services and utilities to the area. So this subject property is completely within the Green Valley Special Utility District CCM for water and sewer. And the property is located along Trainer Hill Road, which is a secondary arterial with a 90 feet of right-of-way per the master thoroughfare plan. And although the property is currently not platted, the City of Schertz Engineering Department will review the proposed access points for the development during the platting process. And a public hearing notice is mailed to SEUC ISD to notify them of the proposed change. And the City of Schertz Police, Fire, and EMS departments have indicated that they do not have any concerns regarding the proposed rezoning requests or their ability to provide services. 5, whether there have been any environmental and or economical changes which warrant the requested change. So the subject property is currently located within the Sterling Grove Planned Development District and has been since the approval of Ordinance 22S28 in 2022. And this subject property consists of portions of Phase 1, 2, and 3 of the Sterling Grove PDD. And the PDD is built of single-family residential lots with a mixture of dimensions being 55 by 100, 65 by 110, and half-acre lots. And the PDD restricts development to the street layout and phasing of the PDD. And although the applicant can develop the land with the approved PDD dimensional requirements, they're dependent on undeveloped land for required points of access, streets, and other infrastructure. And the properties within the Sterling Grove PDD that are within Phase 1, 2, and 3 of the PDD do not have any current planning applications at this time. And the applicant is ready to start the development process and submit planning applications for the subject property if the proposed zone change is approved. So leaving the Sterling Grove PDD in an approved zone change to single-family residential district R1 would allow the applicant to submit the appropriate planning applications without being restricted to the Sterling Grove PDD layout and without needing to depend on adjacent property owners to develop the required infrastructure the applicant needs. And if the zoning change is approved, the applicant would need to meet all of the city of Schertz requirements for their approximately 79 acres independently. And this is just to show you how much of the 79 acres kind of take out of that Sterling Grove PDD. They were part of phases 1, 2, and 3 as stated before, and infrastructure for their phases that these 79 acres were part of were dependent on the rest of the land that was within that PDD. So them leaving and requesting a zone change allows them to act independently, submit the planning applications that they need to develop on their own, meet city standards with just straight zoning. So 6, whether there's an error in the original zoning of the property for which the change is requested. No, there was no error in the original zoning of the property. In 2022, the subject property was part of this larger proposed development of the Sterling Grove PDD, but no ground has been broken for that proposed Sterling Grove PDD. The applicant is ready to develop, and they want to meet the City of Schertz requirements. The applicant needs to change the street layout, which ultimately changes the intent and the character of the Sterling Grove PDD. And a zone change allows the applicant to develop the subject property sooner and submit the applicable planning applications. 7, whether all of the applicant's back taxes owed to the city have been paid in full. This does not impact the first reading at City Council. And 8, whether other criteria met, which at the discretion of the Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Council are deemed relevant and important in the consideration of the amendment. Staff has ensured all UDC requirements have been met for the proposed zone change and at this time have not received any special consideration from the Planning and Zoning Commission or the City Council. So staff recommends approval of ordinance 24S149, zone change to single-family residential district R1, due to its compatibility within the surrounding area, implementation of the comprehensive land use plan, and meeting the intent of the complete neighborhood land use designation. The Planning and Zoning Commission met on Wednesday, August 7th, held a public hearing for ordinance 24S149, and made a recommendation of approval with a 7-0 vote. And I know the applicant is here, and they can take any questions you may have.
Okay. If the applicant would like to step forward.
My name is Paul Lando with MTR Engineers, 12770 Cimarron Path, San Antonio, Texas, 78249. So as staff mentioned, we're here because we are unable to control our own destiny because of the track was part of the PDD. So what we're requesting is R1 zoning. This developer is the same developers that developed Halley's Cove just to the west, right on 1518. And the intent is the same builders will be in this project. So it'll have the same style of housing as the Halley's Cove development. So here to answer any questions that y'all have.
All right, thank you. All right, this item is on the agenda as an open public hearing. Is there anyone in attendance who'd like to address the City Council in reference to this subject? Going once, going twice. All right, public hearing is closed. Council, floor is open for discussion. Councilmember Westbrook.
So you're taking 79 acres from Sterling Grove PDD, and instead of the anywhere from 55 to 60 foot area up to half-acre lots, you're going to take this 79 acres
Yes,
into R1, which is 9,600 minimum square feet.
Yes, sir.
And Halley's Cove, is that not also R1, or is that?
It was a PDD, but generally followed 80 by 120 as well.
80 by 120,
Yes.
for the most part,
The
yes.
same, yes.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else?
How many units did you say would fit on that property?
Right now, it's a little over 200, maybe about 210.
Now, part of the reason it was half-acre lots is because they were going to be on septic. And that's a minimum requirement for septic because they were under litigation with a different company.
That's correct. And so with the resolution with the city of Schertz in Green Valley, we're able to extend sewer and to the subdivision and put in the 80 by 120 lots.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. All right, council, any other comments? Is there a motion to approve ordinance
So moved.
24S-149?
Second.
Thank you.
That was me. So moved.
All right, motion has been made by Mayor Pro Tem Gibson and second by Councilmember Watson. Any other comments? You can please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 7 yeas, no objection. Motion passes. Right, we'll move on to item number 20, ordinance number 24T-150. Conduct a public hearing and adopt a budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2024, and then ending September 30th, 2025, in accordance with the charter of the City of Schertz, Texas, providing for the filing of the budget, providing for this ordinance shall be cumulative of all ordinances, providing a severability clause, and providing an effective date. This is our final reading. Ms. Gonzalez, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Okay, saving the best for last, I guess. So we have here the final readings for the budget for the 2024-2025. So just to quickly touch on these, don't want to spend too much time as we've all gone through these multiple times, but the 5 budget priorities that have been established as we were developing the budget. Again, some updates since the last time we were here at Council for the general fund. It is updated to the ECI at 3.5%. We have removed the proposed expansion of incentive pay. In the hotel occupancy fund, we added money to the budget to replace, or allocating the money to replace the electronic sign that Council voted on earlier tonight. And then the Schertz Economic Development Corporation has been updated to include payment for anticipated development incentive payments, and then also the contributions to the CIP for the to complete the approved Lookout Road improvements and to upgrade the Schertz Soccer Complex field lighting. As a review, we have across all funds, health insurance savings, that was, I believe, brought at the last meeting as well for approval of that. 11% decrease, changing all lines of coverage. Again, I mentioned the wage adjustments. We're maintaining market position for compensation. We're proposing a 3.5% ECI effective October of 2024. And then it still factors in and keeps our current merit and STEP program. General fund, when we look at the expenditure side, the proposed budget is about $52,589,778, increase about 2.6 from the 2023-2024 adopted budget. Again, touches on the non-personnel budget decreasing 1.9% and the personnel budget increasing 7.5%. So when we look at those increases, we have about $700,000 in non-discretionary items. All these items Council has seen before, we've covered. And then the expanded programs of $1.3 million for the ECI, merit step, and then factoring in that insurance adjustment with the decrease of premiums. When we look over the final general fund budgets over the past 4 years, you can see the increase of the nose numbers there. And again, coming to about $52.5 million. When we look at the INS at the rate of 0.1574, it will allow us to, be able to issue the debt issuances as shown on the screen. When we look at property tax rates, again, this is a separate item to come 2 items from now, but again, when we look at the definitions of no new revenue, the voter approved, the current, and then the proposed tax rate. Again, our current tax rate is at 0.4872. The no new revenue rate would be 0.4805. The voter approval rate, or the maximum that Council has set, would be 0.4990. And what we have in front of you for this item is a proposed tax rate of 0.4900. So again, the proposed budget assumes this rate. How that looks whenever you split it up between M&O and INS is shown right there. So the M&O would be going from 0.3324 to 0.3326, and then the INS is 0.1548 going to 0.1574. This is what it looks like on the bill increase. What we're proposing at 0.4900 would be an increase of 2% and about a $32 increase on the average taxable home bill. When we look at other operating funds of the budget, the water and sewer fund, again, we've touched on this before. It covers the 5 new wastewater worker 1 positions, meter technician, and reclassifying the customer service representative to administrative assistant, and also provides some vehicles and equipment. And then that transferred to the CIP fund to be able to accomplish the projects that have been set out in this upcoming CIP year. EMS fund, again, all these are proposed to be positions funded at mid-year, part-time to full-time supply coordinator, 12-hour battalion chiefs, and a peak hour truck. And then again, when council approved the fee increases, it adds $1.3 million in revenue to the EMS fund. So again, this is a public hearing, but staff recommends that we approve ordinance 24T150 at the proposed 4900 rate.
All right, this item is on the agenda as an open public hearing. Is there anyone in attendance who would like to address the city council in reference to this subject? Going once, going twice. Public hearing is closed. All right, council, floor is open for discussion. Councilmember Brown.
At this point here, I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance 24T150.
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilmember Brown, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gibson. Any other comments? Councilmember Watson, do you have any comments?
No, I was motioning.
Okay. All right, council, please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 7 ayes, no objections, motion passes.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to item number 21, resolution number 24R116. Ratify the property tax increase reflected in the adopted budget for FY 2024 and 2025. Ms. Gonzalez, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. So this item, in accordance with Local Government Code Section 102.007C, with the adoption of a budget that will require raising more revenue from property taxes than in the previous year, a separate vote must be taken to ratify the property tax increase reflected in the budget. So again, this vote must be separate from the vote to approve the budget or adopt the tax rate. So with that, we recommend approval of Resolution 24R116.
All right. Council, floor is open for discussion. Councilmember Watson.
I'm making a motion to approve Resolution 24.
Second.
A motion made by Councilmember Watson and second by Councilmember Westbrook. Any other comments? You can please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 5 yeas, 2 objections. Motion passes. All right, we'll move on to public hearing. Ordinance number 24T151. Conduct a public hearing and approve an ordinance approving the appraisal roll, setting the tax rate, levying the assessing general and special ad valorem taxes for the use and support of municipal government of the city of Schertz, Texas. Final reading. Ms. Gonzalez?
Thank you, Mayor. So just a quick recap again on the tax rate. And here's the same slide of the tax rate definitions. Again, the proposed tax rate is at 0.4900, which the proposed budget assumes this rate. The split of how it would show for M&O and INS at this rate. And again, the proposed rate at 4900 is about $30.59 increase, which is effectively a 2% increase. And there is specific language motion that needs to be read, which I believe you all have in front of you. So with that, staff recommends approval of ordinance 24T151. And it's a public hearing, sorry.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone in attendance who would like to address the city council in reference to this subject? Going once, going twice. All right, public hearing is closed. Council, questions? No, before I acknowledge Mayor Pro Tem Gibson, I strongly believe that the property tax increase at this time is not in the best interest of our city. Our residents are already facing rising prices in many areas, from groceries to utilities, and even an increase in their home appraised value. Adding a higher tax burden will only compound these challenges. We are in a situation where new construction will increase our tax revenue. We have Park 35 will add over $1 million in ad valorem tax. Core 5 Logistics Center will add another $750,000. The Emery subdivision will add another $150,000. And if we include the Schertz Station complex, $300,000. And that's not including the sales tax that will be generated from these stores. These revenue sources and others in production will bridge the financial gap that we're facing today. Patients will see us through this budgetary gap. A tax increase will place additional strain on homeowners. A property tax increase is not the right path forward. Therefore, I do not support or endorse a tax increase with a tax rate of 49.00. I had the privilege today of introducing Senator Ted Cruz at a function this morning. He mentioned that an increase in tax stifles economic growth. As small as this is, it's just one of those things that I think patience will guide us through. We can still provide the ECI that staff has recommended. I just don't think that at this point the tax increase would be in our best interest. With that, Councilmember Gibson.
I respectfully disagree. I think that at the end of the day, in order for us to grow our city, this is only approximately $9 and some change per year increase. I think that at the end of the day, we really have to look at the overall general purpose of the increase. It's not just for ECI purposes. ECI will be taken care of whether if we did it or not. I'm looking at our entire city as a whole. I want to make a motion, but I want to also give my fellow council members an opportunity to speak upon it.
Okay. Council, any other comments? All right. Councilmember Gibson, if you'd like to make a motion.
I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.4900, which is effectively at 2.0% increase in the tax rate.
Second.
Motion's been made by Mayor Pro Tem Gibson, second by Councilmember Watson. Any other comments? Council, if you please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 5 yeas, 2 objections. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We have 2 closed sessions today. Item number 23, the City Council will meet in closed session under Section 551.074 of the Texas Governmental Code, personal matters, to conduct the annual evaluation of the city manager, Steve Williams. And item number 24, the City Council will meet in closed session under Section 551.074 of the Texas Governmental Code, personal matters, to conduct the annual evaluation of the City Secretary, Ms. Sheila Edmondson. The time is now 10:29. We will reconvene after our discussion. All right, the time is now 12:06. Good morning, everyone. We reconvene into our regular session after a discussion and deliberation regarding our closed session. In reference to item number 23, our city manager's evaluation, our start time was 10:35, end time was 11:11. There is action to be taken, and the chair will make a motion to increase the salary of our city manager with a 3.5% increase effective 1 October, and also provide a 3-year contract with an effective date of 1 October 2024, and provide 40 hours of annual leave. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mayor Pro Tem Gibson. Any discussion? Council, if you can please vote. And if we can publish the vote. We have 6 yeas, no objection, motion passes. All right, item number 26, in reference to agenda item number 24, City Secretary's evaluation. Start time was 11:13, end time was 11:48. The chair would like to make a motion to increase our City Secretary's salary by a 5.5% increase effective 1 October. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second made by Councilmember Watson. Council, any discussion? If not, please cast your vote. No. We have a second made by Councilmember Watson, am I correct? Okay. Council, please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 6 yeas, no objection, motion passes. All right, we'll move on. Information available for City Council. We have item number 27, monthly updates, major projects in progress in CPI. Item number 28, Bear County Appraisal Board of Directors nomination package for 2025, September 3rd, 2024, City Council agenda also. Well, that's September 2024. Item number 28, the Bear County Appraisal Board of Directors nominations process for 2025. Item number 29, the Comal County Appraisal Board of Directors nominations also in progress for 2025. These are information packets that were provided to council and available for public viewing at our website, Schertz.com. With that, requests and announcements by our City Council. City Council, is there any information you're requesting from staff? See no input. Council, is there any possible items you'd like to place on the future agenda? I'm good. I'm good.
Nope. Nope. Go.
Let's finish up. Let's finish up.
Nope.
Let's finish
No,
up.
we're
Yes.
good. Yeah,
Let's finish up.
I got you.
Let's finish up. I'll finish here. All right.
Ralph.
Uh,
Ralph, no.
Council, any possible items you'd like to place on the future agenda? All right. Finish up. Go ahead. Lori? Lori Vision? Oh, snap. Go ahead.
Any announcements by council members or events attended? Councilmember Davis.
Nothing tonight.
Councilmember Watson.
Nothing tonight.
Councilmember Westbrook.
Feel like you're sweating a little bit. You want to stay?
Councilmember Hayward.
I'm going to say I have things, but I'll do it next week. Nothing.
Councilmember Brown.
Nothing tonight.
It is with my sincere regret to announce that tonight will be officially my last meeting on Schertz City Council. It has been a pleasure to serve this great city and premier city of Schertz, Texas, and I will be resigning my seat for medical and family reasons, and it's been a pleasure to serve. Thank you. And we're going to adjourn. The time is now 12:12. Meeting adjourned.